Why is it? Oh, I'm gonna kill OBS. Hello? Okay. Hang on. You know, sometimes OBS, you really bother me. Hang on. I have no choice but to boost the gain way up. How about now? I think that's as good as I can get it without it sounding terrible. I hate OBS sometimes. I don't know why it makes me do this song and dance where like I start up OBS, everything seems fine, and then when I'm talking it's suddenly super quiet. But here we are. This should be better. Where was I? Oh yes. Oh. Welcome back. It's another day on Rokenjima Island. Things are getting pretty silly, I think. Things got a little bit silly last time. We learned that Kraus can clear the entirety of the first Budokai Tenkaichi. Giga Chad is back. Well, welcome back, Giga Chad. I hope you and your perfectly sculpted jawline are having a good day.
I've got balls of steel.
So true. So true, Giga Chad. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I could always use a few more Chads in my world-conquering force. You can use your perfectly sculpted musculature to, I don't know, beat up all of my enemies. That guy is obviously super photoshopped, but I'm willing to believe he's at least partially real. You're excited for this finale? Are we close to the end of episode 4 then? If you have knowledge of that? I didn't know how close we were. We only got to the second Twilight last time. But I mean, it's also been very long. This is now officially by hour count and stream count, because I'm like, every stream so far has, every episode so far has been exactly 5 streams. So, we are now over that count. So, episode 4 is officially the longest stream, objectively. I mean, I could count the hours, but, you know, the fact that we've gone over 5 streams, and I usually stream about 4 to 5 hours, kind of shows that this is a big, hefty episode. There's a lot of things going on. Renove's Slayer from Guilty Gear. Jessica is Dudley from Street Fighter. Gop is Juri Han. She's not even in the fighting game for some reason. She was doing the most fighting game type moves. There's a lot of things going on. I kind of want to just get right back into it. I'm done talking about everything. Let's just go back to it. I want to see who Kraus can cross-counter punch today. By the by, we're currently running a donation goal that would help me afford a Nintendo Switch and the necessary equipment to stream off of a Nintendo Switch, such as a capture card and controllers and such. If we reach this goal, when I have acquired the Nintendo Switch, I will stream all of Metroid Dread in one sitting and get 100% item collection in that one sitting. So, if you think that sounds exciting and would like to see it happen, as well as more Switch games such as the Live Alive HD 2D remake, the Front Mission remake's coming out, fucking, I don't know, Super Mario Odyssey or whatever, consider donating. Oh, that's right, they were in the underground tunnel that leads back to the main mansion from Kuadorian. I guess they came out of a well. This is just like Resident Evil 1. Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. Have they never seen this well before? Or at least Kraus. He grew up here. He's never seen this well before. It's not that far from the mansion. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion. Yeah, Nanja's got it rough. He's like 1,000,000 years old. He's had to run like a mile, climb up a ladder. Oh yes, that's right. Kinzo has showed Nanjo Kuadorian. Do I think Kraus can do a Dempsey roll? Probably. I think Jessica could do a Dempsey role. Jessica learned from him, obviously.
大丈夫かな捕まりたまえ
It's nice to see everybody getting along. They're gonna be real upset when they find out Jessica and George blew each other away in a minute. How many loser flags does he need, though? I don't know. Ippo taught me the Dempsey role is like the Shungoku Satsu of the boxing world, so probably a lot. Kanon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up. Oh, well, rip. Bang. As Kanon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Well, we got to the violence again very fast. Fucking rip Kanon. Everyone there looked through the hole in Kanon's chest to the scenery beyond. Kanon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well. Canon printers break easily? That's a good one. You made me laugh, Swinehead. You get today's Minion MVP award for making me laugh. Good job. Gotta go. At that time, Kraus and Kyrie and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and sow itself through the side of Shannon's head.
Shannon!
Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. Wow, I've never seen that Kyrie face before. You wonder if Ryakishi drew these character portraits? He did. I know this for a fact. He drew the original character portraits. As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Cheester sisters did not allow him to escape. Oh, there goes. Wow, okay, this is all happening very fast. I thought we would get more time with these five. A curved line again appeared from the well, and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. And so, Nanjo passed away. Oh, that doesn't work on the Cheester sisters, unfortunately. The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Unfortunately, he didn't have any loser flags to take advantage of this time. The Cheester sisters are aimbotting again. They're playing GM Sniper 2 and aimbotting. You hate to see it. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kyrie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kyrie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. Yeah, they got that Titanfall smart gun. Yeah, we've never seen Kyrie so panicked, I don't think. I guess it's just because Rudolph isn't around. Her jealousy power is not bolstered. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. Oh, this is all happening very fast. Everybody's dying, Battler.
ラッキーだったわ。なんとか力を脱出できたの。本当についてた。
そこはどこだ？みんな無事なのかよ。
No.
こっちはジェシカとジョージの兄貴がどうやら。
聞いて、私の命は多分もう長くは持たないわ。
At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix. No, a golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kyrie's feet. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy who had sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. I wonder why the Cheester sisters missed. Maybe they're just messing around. At this point, Kyrie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them.
聞いて、バトラ君。私が見たことをありのまま話す。
You gonna tell him how Kraus cleared the Budokai Tenkaichi?
きっと私の頭がどうにかなってしまったんだろうと思うに違いない。ええ、思ってくれていいわ。私だって何を見たのか未だに整理がつかない。今日バトラ君たちがゲストハウスに帰ってから食堂で親族会議が始まって、そして何が起こったかを全て話すわ。口を挟まないで最後まで聞いて。
Shut up, Battler. Don't say anything. I'm gonna tell you some really silly things about Uncle Kraus right now.
そしたらその時は私が殺された時よ。
Then Kyrie spoke, about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting, about the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined, about how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed and how she had observed the moments of all their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her.
実は
Wait, hang on, let me do some math. So we've lost George, Jessica, the 6 in the dining hall, Kraus, Canon, Shannon, Nanjo. Wow, Battler and Maria are the only 2 left, I think.
この話をしている間にももう3度攻撃を受けている。鍵穴からおかしな黄金の糸みたいなのが飛び込んできて、くるくる回りながら私を狙ってくるの。最初は足元、次は肩の近く、さっきのは耳をかすったわ。狙いがだんだん正確になってくる。
But her aim is getting better.
そろそろ私の眉間にズドンと来そうね。
逃げろ、キリエさん。逃げてくれ。
どこへよ。私ここまで逃げる。
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of chases you wherever you go. There's not much that can be done.
それでもなお狙われてる私がどこに隠れるのよ。ねえ。ねえ、バトラ君。ジェシカちゃんとジョージ君。
Nope.
まだ生きてる。
They sure aren't.
さっきジェシカから電話がなんかダメみたいだった。
Yeah, George kicked her in the head so hard it exploded.
私たち5人が次々殺されるとき、何か予感していたの。ひょっとして13人殺しの儀式は第2の番を終えて私たちの番にまで至ったのかな。
Kyrie is always having these premonitions.
私が死ねば13。これで儀式は完成。
Yep. Yeah, that's true, actually. I was doing the math a second ago.
ベアトリーチェが復活する。一体どういうことになるのかしら。
That's a great question. We're getting through these fast. Usually it takes like two nights. We're all getting it done in one.
熊だらけの魔女だらけ。ヤギの化け物がうじゃうじゃいる。
Shit's picking up the
そい
pace.
つらの親玉である黄金の魔女まで現れて、一体どうなっちゃうというのかしら。もう私には何が何だかわからない。
Kyrie-san's voice had completely given up on her own life. Because Battler understood that, he couldn't stop the tears.
一つだけ、助
That's true, Pyropoyo. We did spend so much time in like flashbacks and flash forwards to 1998 that also included flashbacks within them. You know, there wasn't a lot of time for this part on the actual island. We gotta speedrun this stuff.
何？
もしあなたの前に悪魔やら魔女が現れても
ああ、
その正体を疑う必要は何もないわ。そういうものだと理解して何か仕掛けがあるはずだとか正体があるはずだとか
Beato's trick.
そんなことを考える余裕があったら相手の機嫌を損ねないことを考えた方がよっぽどに建設的。
This is also part of Beato's trick. Now your mom's telling you it's real, Battler. What are you gonna do?
その証拠を彼らはこの上なく残酷な方法で見せるでしょうから。
信じらんねえよ。キネさんの口からそんなこと言われるなんて信じらんねえよ。
分かってる。
That certainly is a very specific last warning. Hey, don't try to tell them, don't tell them to show you real magic, because I mean Battler did that in the first episode and now look where we are.
信じられないの。だからそれこそが私にできる助言。信じて。
ペアとリーチェと悪魔と魔女と化け物どもを信じろと。
あれほどまでにこの世ならざるものをありありと見せつけられても多分何も信じることができなかったと思う。今の私もそう。さっきから襲ってきて私の額を打ち抜こうとする者の正体さえ。
Ballin' Baloo, thanks for the resub. 7 months. That's a lucky number for you.
だからあなただけは信じ理解して私たちに受け止めきれなかった存在を受け止めてほしい。そうしてくれたなら私たちの死は。
Don't listen to her. This is part of the trick, Battler. Remember, magic isn't real.
私もこうして電話をした甲斐があったというものだ。
Loser flags are real, but not magic.
キネさん。
まだ大丈夫よ。かすったけどまた外した。
Why does it keep missing? It's never done that before, even through like doors and stuff.
さすがに今度はもう伊達カプテンありがとう。そしてさよならバトラ君。あなたのことアスムさんの息子だから。
And I hated that bitch.
こともあったの。その日のこと許して。
許すも何も。今はキレイさんが
Kyrie-san was a woman who could have been a mother to me. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor.
キレイさん。キレイさん。
What? Oh, he's faded out. Kyrie-san did not answer through the phone again. Oh, he just fell to his knees or something. I see. The classic Battler pose. What's the time? 11... Almost 11:50. It's almost midnight. Oh god, Maria's on her shit again.
わかるだろ。みんな殺されたんだぞ。あのクソジジイに。ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式とかわけのわかんないことを言った。
ならこれで13人が生贄に捧げられて、もうベアトリーチェは蘇った頃だよ。
ああ、なら上等だ。ベアトリーチェもまとめて一緒にぶち殺してやろう。
マリアたちは儀式を生き残った。だからベアトリーチェに黄金鏡に招待してもらえるんだよ。そこでは願いは何でも叶う。
All wishes.
家族を殺されたのが辛いなら生き返らせてもらえばいいのに。マリアはそうするつもりだよ。黒い魔女に取り憑かれていない 本当に優しい
I've got bad
本当の
news for
も
you,
のを蘇
Maria.
らせてもらうんだ
That's what we call a cope. She's
だ
not
から
possessed
マ
by
マは
anyone.
もうずっとマリアと一緒お仕事とかで残業も休日出勤も何もないのずっとマリアと一緒にいてくれてマリアのことだけを考えてくれてマリアのために恐ろしい敵といつも戦ってくれるの
お前どうかしてるぜなんでこの状況でそんなわけわかんねえこと
Just
言って
looking
ら
at
れ
this
るんだ
9-year-old child, there's something wrong with you.
バトラは今キリエおばさんに言われたはずだよ魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに
くそこんなとこでマリアと口
I'm
喧嘩して
not
る場合じゃ
arguing
ねえ
with
ぜ
a 9-year-old child. Go do your homework.
もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだもうクソくだらねえおかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜここからは俺の好きにさせてもらうまだ生きてる奴がいるかもしれない
No. Well,
Maria.
Kinzo is, I
隠
guess.
れてる奴がいるかもしれない片っ端から調べて見つけ出しぶちのめしてやるぜ
In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのにバトラはバカ
Battler wa baka. Yeah, my favorite part of Umineko was when Battler said he's gonna battle and then he battled the fuck out of Beato. At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
ああもしもしほう
Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
マリア
Oh boy, I wonder who's on the other
電
end.
話って誰からだ
I just wonder who it could be. With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda... Oh yeah, I forgot about Goda and Kumasawa. I forgot about them. They're huddled up in the garage. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse. Which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. Goda and Kumasawa sweep? Maybe they'll live this time. Maybe those two will escape. They've just been they've been happy locked up in that garage. They don't have to deal with fighting game moves. They're just eating snacks. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Oh, they're gossiping?
マリア電話の相手は誰だじい様か
Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimate with Kinzo. Yeah, Kinzo hates her. He said she's ugly. And that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
バトラ今帰ってきたよせっかちだよね
Maria, who was phone?
マリアその電話の相手は誰だ誰なんだ
変わろうはいバトラ
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler.
はい
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kyrie said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おいどこへ行くんだよ
マリアのテストの場所だよ後ろ宮家の当主はバトラかマリアかどっちだろう
Well, have fun, Maria.
い くな。殺されるぞ。
殺されないよ。儀式はもう終わってるもの。それに殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし、当主になってもなれなくても、もう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえる。
黄金。
じゃあね、お先に。
待てよ、マリア。
Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear.
もしもし。
Congratulations! Oh wait, there's lyrics to this song now. Da 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 da. And you? I gotta listen to this song on its own later. It sounds like it's in like kind of English. Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? Yes, I'm fine. These lyrics are Umineko's greatest mystery. This bitch is crazy. I love it when Beato is having a great time. She's off her shits. Hey, see you again.
叫んじゃねえよ。てめえは誰だ。クソジジイの手先か。
It's true, she was a prisoner of Kinzo's at some point. They're prisoners of each other. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
名を名乗りやがれ。てめえは誰だ。何者だ。
Oh, she's in the outfit again. Hawaii. Welcome to Beato's radio show. Call in and win a prize. She's having a great time. Good for her. We love supporting women's wrongs here.
年は待ったぜ。今日という日をよ。おかげさまをもちまして、わらは大復活。サンキュー、金蔵。
サンキュー。
特別にさっきの待った聞いてやってもいいぜ。
やれやれ。
No, she has to be so excited. This chapter was too damn long without her. Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks. Hey, congrats to Kinzo for his first time surviving. He usually gets got right away every time, but you know what? Good for him. And there were several empty wine bottles lined up. Oh, she's fucking wasted, that's why. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand and was probably completely drunk. Psycho! Oh, that's right, he did survive in episode 2, you're right.
1947年ものかよ。今日開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。それを浴びせっこして遊ぼうぜ。空き瓶で殴りっこもしよう。
I'm gonna smash this bottle over your head, Kenzo. It'll be fun.
それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。羽目の外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できたら嬉しいだろう。シャバだ。うつしおだ。
She sure has missed alcohol, I guess.
わらわの肉体万歳。
Banzai! What the fuck is this bitch talking about?
何を騒いでんだ。お前がベアトリーチだとでも言うのかよ。
Yes, I am. So true. I love having these things, Beato.
そなたと話せることがなんと楽しいことか。そういえば、お前とはあれだけ何度も憎まれ口を叩き合ってきたの。こうして感情で会話をしたのは初めて。
That's true, actually.
何やらとても新鮮だ。今のポーションとこれだか。あいつ開けたぞ。待ってバカ短期兵同愛に湧きやがった。知ってるか。
Probably a lot. It said it was from 1947.
10キロのインゴと丸々と同じくらいするんだぜ。
ふざけるな。何がベアトリーチェだ。黄金の魔女だと。いい加減にしろ。どこにいやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやる。
I no longer care about solving the mystery. I just want to beat you up.
答えやがれ。
なんだ、わらわに会いたいのか。モテる女がすげえ。
He'll get jelly. He'll lock you up in that mansion. You know, they say being drunk lets out your true feelings.
金蔵、気が変わった。マリアのテストにわらわは行く。そなたが
なんと気まぐれな。でお前がバトラ
Of
ーを
course
テス
she
トする
will.
というの
She
か。
obviously likes Battler the most. He's her favorite.
いいだろう。
いいだろう。
あいつさ、お前の若い時に似てるから。
He's like you, but sexy and not a million years old, and not dying actively.
浮気なんかしないって。あいつと二人きりになるのは今だ。わらわはいつだってお前と。
Ew, he's so old, Beato. Come on.
もうわらわは四六時中束縛するのは勘弁しろよ。
Oh no, that's just kinky.
そういうわけだ、バートラ。どなたのテストはわら。
Wow, I timed that ending of that song perfectly. Oh wait, never mind, it's just sleeping. Yeah, that's true. He could like collapse at any moment. This guy is seriously like a million years old. She's so fucking plastered. It's great.
玄関だな。上等だ。このクソったらない酔っ払いめ。俺がてめえの目を覚まして
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I don't care about your pussy today, Beato.
首を洗って待ってやがら。
Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. Impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. It's battling time, that's right. He's gonna battle all over her. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. But there's no one else to go with anymore, so... Hello, how's Umineko? Beato's fucking wasted, it's great. I headed for the gardening storehouse first. We forgot about these two, they've been locked up all this time. I need all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'd be pretty reliable alibis. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it. Oh, well, rip to them, I guess. The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. I guess I should have expected this. From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes, and at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I first called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I can sense no trace of life from them. I know, hanging is new. I feel like it would make it really easy for Battler to just argue it was suicide, though. So I'm not sure why Beato did it like that. The shutter was still closed. And there was only a single key, which had supposedly been to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had been acted like the witch's ally from the beginning, and that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch, and the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. Sucks to be alone. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. You think the hanging is just Beato flexing? Maybe. Zen zen den dame danse. The saddest zen zen dame day. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Ganbare, Battler-kun. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse.
兄貴畜生
The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Aniki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like a pieces on a chessboard. Almost like we're involved in some metaphysical game of some sort.
クソじじいと魔女は俺たちの命なんて本当にその程度にしか思ってないらしい
That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board.
仕事を出せそうかよこいつはゲームの続きかよあらお前らがみんなをゲームみたいに殺したように俺がお前らをゲームのように殺す
Sure, yes. Violent revenge is always justified, I say.
首を洗ってやがれベアトリーチェ
The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there wasn't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kyrie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down.
なんだよこれの箱
Is there a cat in it? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I couldn't even glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Bitch just like pokes her head out a window. Just open it, you bitch! Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like that. No, it's the clocks. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. And that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. Oh, she's like Mary Poppinsing from the sky. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Ah, who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. I'm glad, because they always do that every episode. Wow, it's just like the lady from the portrait, but it can be, but it is. And this time Balor's like, ah, fuck it. Yahoo! You think she's standing from the balcony? Oh, I thought she was just like floating. From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was, without a doubt, the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? Oh, I hate it when video game bosses do that. I don't want to fight your combat room. I just want to fight the boss. I adjusted my grip on the spear, and, imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows and the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
安心しろよ。ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいない。
Yeah, her and Gap are like besties.
そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の蝶たちもいなければ、魔法陣もない。召喚者の立ち会いもない。その意味は、そなたに
さっぱりだ。
I don't know a damn thing.
寝言言ってろ。
そなたとは確かにこの世界でも何度か会えてはきたのだ。まるですれ違うかのようにね。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様ら
Oh, I see. This is like
我らを疑うだけで
Beato's big test. This is her test, right? See if you can still deny me strong enough.
まるでそなたというキングに対して守りを固める堅牢な城壁のようよ。それをわらわがな駒を一つずつ進め切り崩し追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り、
Bishop.
そなたのすぐ近くに近づける
I
よう
love
に。
chess metaphors.
しかし知っての通り、ビショップは資格のある駒だ。黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮する。
So yeah, no, that's what I figured. I figured the new game plus thing was real. That's why, you know, everybody's getting better at fighting all the weird magic stuff, because that plays into Beato's game, doesn't it? People acknowledging the magic stuff so hard that they can actually fight back against it.
そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの
Or
隣に
maybe that
接
is
す
to
ることはで
Battler's
きる。
benefit. Maybe they still have enough toxin to actually fight back and they didn't realize it before.
だからわらわはそなたが白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り込む。そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたのだ。しかし
Skashi!
今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開き、わらわはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか？
飛車プラス角だろ。
I guess, yeah, that's kind of what it is.
今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
That,
その通り。
too close.
そなたはわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼ぶ。観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだろう。知っておるぞ。だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも。
Right, so it's like, you know, this time around, a lot of the family members have openly interacted with the magic stuff, unlike before. So it's like, becomes harder to
そな
deny.
たが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。
It becomes harder to deny when everybody around Battler's like, yeah, this shit's real.
そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぜ。
どうやらこの島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど。それも愉快な。
They're so close.
すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まる。やがては真っ黒に染まる。必ず黒きキングになる。そなたは今インクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるな。
いや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスはまだ残っ。
I'll never give in. I'll never be stained by your fluids, Beato.
俺の足の裏にだぜ。お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそう。いけん。この島が真っ黒に染まろうと、俺は俺だ。白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares?
さあ、この雨の中、そなたの風邪をひくまで待つのも面白い。そろそろ本題に入る。そこに箱があるのだ。
What's in the box? What's in the box?
そなたへのテスト。その中に。
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かってくだらねえゲーム興味ねえぞ。俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前と
A giant punch?
みんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
I don't recognize that reference, sorry. Maybe it's a Kaneki Man thing.
わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるという。それはよい、それはよい。ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほら、ほら、パンパン。
絶対安全な場所に嫌がるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。今からそこに行くぞ。
This is not a safe space for
待ってやが
witches.
れ。
あーん、ダメだね。鍵がかかっている。もちろん、窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろして。
You can't get to me.
そなたが短期で切り込めるほど。わらわの
ストレイモン
城は脆くはない。
I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed.
用意周到なやつだぜ。鍵はどこだ。
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now.
くそ、奴もバカじゃねえってか。
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら越見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。わらわは所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
We'll see about that.
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ、受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだ。
he really wants to punch her.
それは怖い怖い。だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。わらわの頭をこうわしづかみにして普通に表情を歪めさせ、たかがその爪で獲物を引き裂きかきむしるようにわら
That's
わ
kind
を
of
蹂
that's a
躙
little
してく
that's a
れ
little
よ。
weird, Beato. But you know, whatever.
ああ、若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。
I see you're into that sort of thing.
わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配され 服し家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれ
Like
たあ
on
の
him,
日の
though?
ことを
Of course.
思い出させてくれよ。
酔っ払いね。拉致が開かねえ。
Damn, this bitch is wasted. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
そうだ、それを開け。中に手紙がある。それを読むのだ。
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. But no, there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed that she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. Wait, what's the blank? Is that like a fill in your own answer? If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
なんだこりゃ。
What's the blank?
随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしね
その2番にそのものの最も愛するものの名が
But they're all kind of dead right now, so...
ジェシカのテストにはカノンが、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたからあらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らない。だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず
You don't have any. He's literally saying, Battler, you get no bitches.
え。そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜベアトリーチェ。お前の名前をここに突っ込んでやる。だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。
Easy peasy lemon
これで
squeezy.
いいか。
おいおい、茶化すな茶化すな。なあ、頼むよバトラー。お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
Who else has Battler to say?
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。仮にいたって。誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
そういうことでは、このテスト
Yeah,
は
I
そ
don't
な
know.
たに成立せん。
I don't know how this test was expected to work on Battler. He literally gets no bitches.
そなたの思い人がどのような女？
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうする？
That's weird, buddy, but okay.
お前とは一つも一致しねえぜ。
嘘をつけ。このおっぱいソムリエが。
I'm gonna say the opposite of my type just to mess with you. I know you're lying.
金髪のダイナマイトバディがいい。
Dynamite the body.
わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
I agree that blonde and bouncy is the best.
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんだ。喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
そうそう。次期投手のテストであったな。そなたと喋るのが楽しくて、ついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。
You like blondes the most, right, minions?
それでは、次期投手のテストを始める。そなたに、後ろ宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。心して答えるがよい。
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that majestic portrait.
我こそは、後ろ宮家顧問錬金術。
She is both witches.
黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。後ろ宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか。 それをわらわが問う。そなたの名を名乗るがよい。
後ろ宮バトラー。
When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
よろしい。後ろ宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後ろ宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。それはなぜか。
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母
She
親
knows all.
冒涜したように感じたからである。
I know your backstory, Battler.
なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
何が言いて
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後ろ宮の名を
But you just said he didn't.
家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。そなたは後ろ宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではない。その恩を忘れ後ろ宮の名を捨てる資格もそなた。
お前には関係ない。俺と親父の問題だ。
後ろ宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許せず反抗しただ
That
けの
doesn't seem quite right.
後ろ宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間そなたが後ろ宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月その罪深きを知るがいい。
幼稚で悪かったな。
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう。今こそそなたが6年前の罪をあがなう時。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。それを思い出し告それこそわらわがそなたに与えるテストである。
Interesting. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind to go blank.
懺悔せよって
Repent!
なんだよ。
Repent!
謝れって言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。
No
そなたの
hints.
好きに考えるがよい。
I'm not giving you any hints, Battler. This is a test. You need your number 2 pencil. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that. Was the number 2 pencil a requirement, an actual thing for US tests, or was that just a meme of the US cartoons? It was. I believe it has something to do, like, so on, like, standardized tests, you would have to use a number 2 pencil because you had, like, an answer sheet, and, you know, you would fill in the bubbles, right? Fill in the circles for each answer. And they would run that little sheet through a scanning machine to, quickly, you know, grade them to tell which were right and which were wrong. And I guess that scanning machine could only tell with number 2 pencils. Like the weight of the lead. I think that's how it's working. I don't know. I've never taken a test in my life. I'm from the moon. I've just watched a lot of movies. And yet, he didn't understand.
いや まあそれを言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ。何のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は養育費は常に送り続けて
Yeah,
くれた
Rudolph
そうだし、
wasn't such a bad guy.
学校の行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから。確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ、おふくろの後宮アスムの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし
What was with
頑張ってく
Asim?
れたんだぜ。なのに親父は
Oh yeah, that's right. He was cheating on her. That is kind of messed up.
園児を身ごもらせてさえいった。それで出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。
Yeah, wouldn't... I mean, you could argue that smeared the Ushiromiya name too.
それがおふくろへの
But
裏切りでな
I
くて
know
何なん
Battler
だよ。
doesn't care about that point, but I feel like you could argue that in return of saying Battler smeared the Ushiromiya name by
おふくろの
doing what he
無念
did.
は誰が晴らすんだよ。だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。ならそれを相殺して俺が家を出ていくというので十分問
I
題
don't know
ね
if
え
that's
じゃ
how
ね
that
えか。
math works out, but okay.
そうさ、俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや義務があったはずなんだぜ。それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Oh, it's the sad music box song. Kyrie-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Ange didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。
They were all too nice for me to keep it
頭を
up.
冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。
Everybody was too nice for me to stay mad, is what Battler's saying.
それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。だから許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後ろ宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだおふくろもそうだったかもしれない。あるいはキリエさんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻
Yeah,
す。
it's really funny how the more
後ろ宮バト
backstory
ルに
we
戻
see
ったんだ。
for like Rudolph and Krause's parenting, how much Rosa starts to look in comparison, like how much worse she is.
それは俺たち家族の問題であって。
Like you keep finding out, ah,
後
Krause
ろ
and
宮家
Rudolph
とか
aren't that bad
そんなのは
actually.
何も関係ねえ。それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない。懺悔しない。それが俺の このテストへの
I think
答え
Battler
だ。
makes an excellent point. He's like, if I should have repented to anyone, you killed them, so kind of canceled out.
それだけか。
何？
Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting. And yet, the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. How was Krause's match against Ten Shinhan? Well, he could only clear the first Budokai, which Tien was not in. So, unfortunately, he probably wouldn't be able to clear Tien Shinhan. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could call almost disappointment.
それだけも何も。俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。何が不満なんだよ。
まだ罪の清算が足りぬ。
清算？なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での
What
話に
sins are we
興味
talking
はない
about then? What has Battler even done?
ここはどこだ。六軒島だ。後ろ宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではないか。
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
思い出せ。
Oh god, is there something Battler has been repressing?
そしてそれを思い出せる
What
ことが
horrible memory are
そ
you
なたに
repressing, Battler? I'm so excited for this bomb to drop. It'll be ridiculous.
許そう。それを思い出せたなら許そう。それを思い出すことはそなたへの贖罪のテストである。
思い出せって言われてもよ。
思い出せ。
Oh, okay, she's back in Dressman.
だからこそ罪なのだ。
See, it's so hard to tell now, after episode 3, what's just a funny trick on Beato's part. Like, she's acting serious now, but what if that's just a lie? I also don't remember me in the meta world.
俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが、俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。
Showtime.
確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島においてわらわはまだ権限していない。
なら俺に何の罪があるってんだ。俺にお前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
同じことを二度言わせるの。わらわは6年
So
前
it's
には
not
権限
Beato.
しておらぬ。そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。そなたという世界において存在しないも同じだ。
Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her and that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. Oh, it's in red. Maybe that's the sin itself?
ヒントくらい出せよ。その罪とやらは俺とお前に関係がある。
わらわは6年前にはそなたと縁がない。わらわのことはいい加減に考えたら
Okay, so it's not about
外せと
Beato.
いうの。なぜわらわへの罪だと思うのか。
お前の
You look very upset.
目さ。
ね。ほう。
お前の目がさ、詫びろって俺に囁いてくるんだよ。だが 俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし、それはお前も認めたはずだ。本当なのか？本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか？
違うというのに、わらわとそなたの問題など
Hmm.
全く関係な
I
い。
feel like I can believe her on this. I don't know why she would say it if it wasn't true.
だがよ、お前の目が
It's not something he did to her, but something he did that personally offended her?
だから俺にはさっぱりわからねえ。赤で言えるが、お前が思い出すと言っている罪が俺とお前の間のものではないと宣言できるか？
よかろう。
The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice.
ならなぜそんな目で俺を見る？
わからぬ。わらわはそなたに、こうしてそれをそなたがそう感じるというのならば、それはそなたにそう感じる何かがあるので
Look
はない。
within, Battler.
俺に何の罪があるってんだ？
後宮バトラには罪がある。
どんな罪だってんだ？当然叩いたとかごまかしたとか
I don't think she would be acting so serious over that, considering she pulls the same shit all the time.
そなたの罪で
People die?
人が死ぬ。
嘘つけ！俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。じゃあ言えよ、俺が誰を殺した？いつ？誰を？どうやって？
そなたの罪により、この島の人間が大勢死ぬ。誰も逃さず、すべて死ぬ。
はあ？何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ？俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ？俺は殺人鬼か？
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。しかし、そなたが罪を犯したからこそ、6
Oh
年に
boy,
わたる
this is...
歯車の
I don't know. I have
何
no
が
clue what
生じ
Battler could have done.
今
Not anything
これ
specific,
だけ
surely.
の人命が失われるのだ。そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
I feel like there's no way I could possibly know, right?
いい加減にしろ！俺が原因だ？じゃあなんだ？俺が6年前に後宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか？俺が6年ぶりに後宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか？ふざけるな！いい加減にしろ！俺はこの6年間最も後宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。その俺が何に何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ？俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。6年ぶりによりを戻したから、これまでの期間のけじめってことで渋々と六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。
Yeah, I don't even know if he was on the island 6 years
その
ago.
俺が帰ってきて、それが理由で惨劇が起こった？じゃあなんだ？俺が帰ってこなければ誰も死なずに済んだってのか？赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるわけねえさ。お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。苦笑要求！後宮バトラがもしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件を言えるものなら言ってみろ。
Oh, that's right. Yes, he was there 6 years ago. They talked about it.
言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。
I mean, yeah, obviously, if it's in red, it's true. I'm just trying to puzzle out how. I feel like it's more, you know.
勝手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。答えろよ。苦笑してみろってんだ。できやしない。事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。わけのわかんねえことを言って俺を混乱させるんじゃねえ。
I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops.
何思い出すことはないの？
悪いが俺にはさっぱり心当たりがねえ。
Oh, she looks so upset.
おい、俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。思い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃねえ。
もう一度聞く。何？思い出。
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
Huh. Well, I guess we're about to find out, maybe.
何
Ah, she faded in.
も思い出せぬというか、これにて未練は尽きたか。望みなき賭けも賭けねば未練が残ろう。それでよいのだ。賭けることに意味がある。そうかもしれぬな。ならばこれにてわらわの未練もゲームも終わりだ。そなたはどうする？
She's talking to herself.
さあな。わらわはもう何の興味もない。すまぬがわらわはこれにてゲーム版を降りさせてもらいたい。そうか、わかった。
Two Beatos.
わらわが引き継
Finally. Now neither of us will be virgins.
ぐ。そなたは休め。後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせる。そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に
I don't know
顔を
what's
うずめ
going on.
羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろう。後片付けを頼む。任せよ。後のことはすべて任せ眠る。
The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself. The other witch, who had appeared from behind, remains. She certainly was identical the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold, completely removed the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits.
お、聞いてるのか？テストとやらはもう十分だろ。合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。お前の横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ気が済まねえ。降りてきやがれ。さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice-cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave two small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Well, so much for that. That was a scene that happened. Oh, here's cheering. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gop was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, 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 Gap at each other. With this is a sideshow, Kinzo and Renove had opened a new bottle.
Oh, 戻ったか。
Hi, Kinzo!
どうであったか、バトラのテストの結果は。マリアのテストは文句なしに合
Of
格
course
点
Maria
であったぞ。あやつを小娘小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていたが、これはどうしていやはやいやはや
I think Kinzo's wasted now, too. She might be ugly, but she's pretty smart. It seems like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Renove and Virgilia instantly noticed a change in enthusiasm. Gop also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ、我が最愛の魔女よ。酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。
I don't think you have any cows on the island, Kenzo. I really don't. You've got a lot of things hidden here, but I don't know about any cows. Can Renove make a cow?
ベアトリーチェよ、バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
Spare rib. I'm getting kind of hungry now.
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
Uh-oh, awkward.
何？
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oh, there he goes. Bye, Kinzo. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, oh, even that one, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. He didn't remember this thing I told him to remember. What an idiot.
今日サム、その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
私が片付けるわ。
Gop made a jet black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gop might also have been burned. You could even feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking, that was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby. Yeah, she is now /serious. She is no longer /J.
どうしたのです、ベアト。答えたくない。
That's a really pouty face.
答えるのももはやめんどくさい。どうしたのよ、らしくもなく。何かあったの？バトラが何か
Oh, there she goes. Bye, Gop. Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it, but there was a change in Gop. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant, Gop turned into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消えろ。大変に不機嫌。
Oh, she's in a bad mood. Beatrice spoke that in a truly cold voice, which would freeze the heart just by hearing it.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
Gotta go, bye! After bowing, Renove turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gop, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study, made untidy by drinking, Beatrice still stood, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering,
バトラいるか
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
さっきからいるぜ。
You seem really upset, baby girl. What's going on?
なんなんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
変に見えるかそれはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て、お前の友人の悪魔女もガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。お前どんだけ気まぐれでわが
I
まま
really
だ
want to know what's the deal here. This seems...
もうやめた。
何を。
わらわはもう飽きた。
はあ、そりゃまあお前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。つまるところ投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。
Nope, we're just gonna be stuck here doing nothing
た
forever.
だ終わるだけだ。
She's rage quitting.
いや、終わりもしない。このままゲームは永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。いや、飽きて放り出すって言葉が
I'm taking my ball and going home,
お
Battler.
前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて、好きに誇りでもかぶればいい。
お前どうしたんだ。なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで尾を引いてるのかよ。俺に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえ
That's
か。
not how Beato operates, I
お前
think.
は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたが、どうせ言葉遊びだろ。俺を恨んでるってな。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。
Then why are you so mad?
わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now.
ま、お前がふっかけてきたゲームだ。俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。その時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、ようやくこれでお役御免だな。これであさってには船が
Oh, I don't think it means that, Battler.
そうさ。そして船着き場には
I think it means you're stuck here doing nothing forever.
俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。何しろ島に来た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。海猫の鳴く頃に
When they
全てが
cry,
終わる
baby.
ってわけだ。
I'm always saying this.
終わり終わり、おしまいおしまい、せいぜいすら。
何を
Battler,
そなたは
Battler,
勘違
you
い
don't
して
get
お
it,
る。
buddy.
何をだって。
何も終わらぬと。これにて全ては放置され
You're stuck here forever.
ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。進みも戻りも、取りも取られもしない。勝ちもなく、負けもなく、 引き分けすらもない。ただ放置されるのだ。
つまりはおしまいってことだろ。
違う。わらわの手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。そなたの番は来ない。だから勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。
Remember, you're here forever.
かつてのわらわ、そなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったから。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を
Where's
進める
Anji,
意味
by
は
the way? Has she just been dissociating while Lambda Delta makes fun of her?
俺に手番が来ないというのはどういう意味なんだ。
I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant to be released and that I'd be able to escape Rokonjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying, and why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Oh, hi, Bird Castle.
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま。
She sure did collapse Vigil,
永
yeah.
遠に止め置かれる。
Anji's like, I'm gonna help you win, Battler, and then she just kind of sat in the corner being, like, thinking about all the shit that you went through.
あん
Hi,
たが
Lambda
元の
Delta.
世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。
This is what Lambda Delta wants, isn't it? She wants Beato and Berncastle stuck here forever.
つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことはわかる？
Suddenly, in a different place, was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then, huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しない。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。ラムダに同じよ。私はバトラーを勝利させあなたを敗北させてのたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。まだその目的を
Beato, stop being a baby. Play the video game.
こんなところでゲーム放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。
Yeah, I guess because Berncastle wants to be entertained by the game. Lambda wants them to keep playing so that Berncastle will stick around forever.
しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの
That's
魔
true.
女たるゆえんのはず。何も問題
She
は
just
な
doesn't
か
want
っ
to be bored.
確かにあなたの競技には反しないわ。私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩
Not
入れしたと思ってんの
really
よ。
at all? You haven't really done much of anything, Lambda.
ここまでお膳立てさせてこれではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
わらわは飽きたと。それ以上も以下もない。
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃない。ねえ。
そこで俺に
What do
振る
you
んじゃ
mean?
ね
Hey, come on, I'm winning.
え。ただ俺にも意見はある。言わせてくれ。
何か。
こいつはお前に売られた喧嘩だ。俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。何度か屈服しかけたが 途中で逃げ出して勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。俺がここにいて戦う意志を見せている以上逃げるんじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェ。
Where's Anji? We've just forgotten about
同
her.
感だわ。
Oh, there she is.
バトラーを巻き込んでおいて勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて無責任にも程がある。
Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beato irresponsible.
ほう、どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由はバトラが対戦
You're not
相手
playing
としてとどまっているからということらしい。ならばバトラ、お前もまたわらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。それでならわらわは批判されることもない。
俺が降りると
Hey, can I
ロケン島を出られる
leave?
出られるわけもなかろうが勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
ふざけないで。
Why would he agree to that
な
then?
んて無責任な人なの。あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度もむごたらしい殺し方でその責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任とやらを取ればいいのか。
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座りあなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めず
I'm
に
very
戦う。
confused about why Beato is so upset. She insists that it's nothing between her and Battler, but it seems to have very personally offended her anyways.
だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラーを任せてみせなさい。許さない。
I'm sure I'll find out. I don't think it's one of those mysteries I can solve with the information I have currently. I think it's just something I gotta wait to be told.
許さない。
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I don't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what, so I responded in kind.
ベアト、こっちを向け。
No,
俺
I
は
don't
こ
wanna.
こにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。俺がここに座り続ける限り、お前に逃げは。だから逃げるな。戦え。
Tatakai.
お前が始めた
Tatakai will never
戦いだろう
end.
が。これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがって、すっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。今さら飽きたで終わらせられるかよ。俺はお前の対戦相手だ。俺がここにある限り逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと。ならば問おう。そもそもそこにいる男に
Huh?
わらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
資格？
当然。さっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？ あんた
I
ま
have
さ
no
か
idea what she's doing.
これよりそなたにわらわの
I
対
wasn't
戦相
aware
手
this
たる
was a
資格
thing we
があ
could
るか
do.
どうか。それを良いかバトラ。その資格が認められればわらわは席にとどまりゲームを続けよう。そして勝敗の決着がつくまで永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよ
う。俺にはもとより
I didn't know where we had to determine the capability of our opponents. I feel like Battler's in trouble if that's the case.
しかしその資格がなかったならそなたは消えよ。対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。 わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。今日らもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。バトラ、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここ
I
にい
don't
る
know
ん
about
だ
that
ろ。
one. More's like you're the only one.
何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
まさか。
Gretel suddenly grew pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me.
それではバトル、赤で復唱してもらおう。
Wait, why is he in red now?
お、俺に副賞要求って
I
か。
thought we were blue. What's going on?
俺のお箱を奪いやがって。しかし赤き真実って俺でもできるのか。どうやるんだ。
そうだ。
Just
念
do
じれば
it.
できるわよ。
You just do it, I guess.
簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。
Oh, okay, he figured it out.
おお、こりゃ面白えや。
やめて。あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。でもそれはやめて。彼は。
Uh-oh. Oh, I think I get it. Using the red truth is like acknowledging magic a little bit. When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Hello, Tiarian. We were having a good time. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. Oh, bye.
うるさい。
Battler is too idiot.
そなたはしばらく席を外せ。今日らもであるぞ。口出しをするならば。
This is all a trick, I think. I'm now starting to think this might be part of Beato's trick.
邪魔はしない。どうぞご自由に。ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
なんだと。あいつ何を企んでやがる。
それでは資格を問うぞ。面白いな。普段のゲームが攻守が逆になる。これは最後の最後で。
Isn't Battler using the red like acknowledging that magic is real?
よいか。心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。わらわは黄金の魔女ベア、そして後ろ宮金蔵の前、後ろ宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開始。
そんなことは知ってるぜ。だからなんだ。
副賞要求。
No, don't say she's a witch!
後ろ宮バトラの母は
Oh, okay.
後ろ宮アスムである。
Okay.
ああ、そこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
This... What?
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤で副賞せ。
Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. Hey, wait a second. How did Asumu die? Did we ever get told how she died? Did we ever get told how Asumu Ushiromaya died? There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So why do something like this?
いいぜ、復唱する。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。赤便利だな。戸籍商法を持ってくる面倒もね。
無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。そなたの名は後宮バトラである。
おう、俺の名は後宮バトラだ。
後宮バトラ。後宮ア
Yes?
スムから生まれた。
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
俺は
Wait, what's going on? Wait. He's telling her she's telling him to repeat it was from Ushirimiya Asumu that you were born. So she's telling him to say that Beato was born from Asumu? At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後ろ見アースム
Okay,
から
alright.
生まれた。俺は後ろ見アースムから生まれた。
Wait, he can't say it in red? Does that mean it's not true?
なんだ。さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに、急に赤がうまく
So
で
that
きなくなった
means
ぞ。
he wasn't born from Asumi, but she's his mother. So she's not his birth mother?
負傷を拒否する。
Does that mean Kyrie is his real mother?
拒否なんかじゃねえ。俺は後ろ見アースムから生まれた。なんでだ。ちくしょう、なんで赤が使えないんだ。そんなバカな。
He's not her real son? Does that mean he might not even be an Ushiromiya at all? My mom is Ushiromiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is...
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ。
No, they're all Ushiromiyas.
無理をしなくていい。以上の事実。
Rudolph is an
わ
Ushiromia,
らわはそなた。
which means he married Asumu, which means that if she birthed Battler, he's an Ushiromia.
覚えている。青。相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用い。それは赤での否定が義務。
No, Rudolph, Kraus,
それがない場合。
and Rosa and Eva are all Kinza's direct children. Unless there's some twist here I'm not aware of.
では、参るぞ。
Kraus is next in line for the headship because he's the oldest. That's it. That's how family succession works. It's not that they're not literally his children. Okay.
以上の負傷要求並びに負傷拒否。わらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する。なぜならベアトリーチ後ろ宮金蔵の孫である後ろ宮バトラ
But
ー
if Battler isn't really Kinza's grandchild, then the game is invalid?
対戦相手であるそなた後ろ宮金蔵の孫である後ろ宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じ、それに対する復唱をそなたは拒否した。これは資格の喪失を意味するものである。
Ah!
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ。早く。
ああ。俺は後ろ宮バトラだ。それを赤で負傷できている以上、俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ。
そなたが後ろ宮バトラの名を持つことは事実である。
So does this mean it either be so Asumu isn't his
人
real
命は
mother?
独占されたものではない。複数の人間が後ろ宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である。
That mean which yeah, it's specifically Kinza's grandchild. If Asumu isn't his real mother, then he's not Kinza's grandchild.
すなわちこういうことだ。そなたは後ろ宮アスムの息子。後ろ宮バトラ。
That's way more complicated than I thought. Like he's some replacement?
バカなこと言うんじゃねえ。俺はおふくろの子だぞ。後ろ宮アースムの子だ。俺は後ろ宮アースムから。ちくしょう。なぜだ。なぜ。俺が。
She's yeah, that's right. She died in childbirth.
言えないんだ。
Didn't Kyrie say that? I don't remember. You're confusing me. If they didn't say, I don't trust anybody in the chat room. You guys can't remember things. I'm just gonna wait for the game to tell me.
こんなバカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。これに。そなたは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではない。
そんなバカ。
そなたは誰？
They didn't. No, Kiri didn't say Asumu died in childbirth. She said Asumu's child, Kirie's child was stillborn. Asumu's child was Battler. That's what she said. Nobody died in childbirth. Stop trying to confuse me.
俺は後ろにアスムから生まれた親父とおふくろの息子だ
いいえわらわの対戦相手たる後ろ宮バトラであるはずがその証拠に
証拠だと
そなた6年前の罪し
それはい
い真の後ろ宮バトラなら罪など犯さないだが結果的に罪を犯り6年の月日が空白となって当時何も知らぬ男が後ろ宮バトラを名乗り六軒島へ姿を現す
What?
その真相はこうだ
He's like some body replacement who was hypnotized into thinking he was the real Battler? 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushiromiya Battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushiromiya Battler's place.
そんなバカなことがあるもんかそうだバカなことが
There must be some sort of real twist here, like, this can't be true.
バトラしっかりしなさい言い返せないなら仕方がないバトラにその資格はなかったそういうことよベルそれでいいのそれを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよあんたが勝っちゃうんでしょうなんでバトルの肩を持ってる
Because that's not what she really wants. She wants her Burnt Castle to be trapped here forever.
あなたベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかった
I think Burnt Castle has also realized this, so she's like, oh, I can get out of here.
私もうかつだったの資格のない駒に貼ってたなんて私の乾杯だベアトリーチ
And like Lambda Delta had, I think it was Lambda or Burn Castle had mentioned they thought Beato was starting to wise up to what's really going on. So maybe she didn't even know at first.
負けも勝ちもないただ対戦相手が消えるだけだ元からいなかったというべき
じゃあよ俺は誰なんだよ俺は親父やおふくろの子じゃ俺は誰なんだ何なんだ
I would, you know what? Ballard's having a moment. You gotta give him a second to figure this out.
なんだよ縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとかそう言い出すのかよ
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになるいずれにせよそなたのこのゲームの対戦資格はない
バカなバカな
もともとそなたが後ろ宮バトラでないから
What if he's... What if Kyrie's kid wasn't really stillborn? What if that's Battler? Because they would have been born at the same time.
だから問わね
That
ば
would still
ならない
make him an Ushiromiya because he would still be Rudolph's kid.
本当のバトラーが知っていることを聞かねばならない残念そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後ろ宮バトラーであるかもしれないわらわ1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけただがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だ
Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beato spoke something and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away and didn't even reach Battler's ears. Well, that's just Beato's theory, Kaskin. It might not be true, because she didn't say it in blue. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. Well, goodbye, Battler. That's the end of the visual novel, everybody. Hope you all had a good time. This has been Umineko. Yeah, blue is a theory. It's not hard truth like red.
これで対戦相手は消えたな。それではこれで。今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよい。
So she could have. If she said, you know, like, her theory in blue is that Battler, the real Battler, was replaced in those 6 years. It could not be true. My theory that the weird baby switching was true. And that Battler is still Battler and has other reasons for not remembering. But, you know, I don't know for sure.
我が領地にて、もう何も催しは予定されていない。それではごきげんよう。さらばだ。
Goodbye. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared.
あんたこれでいいわけ？バトラ消えちゃったわよ。負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとう、ラムダ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。まあ無限のかけら世界。
Yeah, I don't think the sin is that he replaced someone. It's something that he can't remember, which is why Beato is saying, well, the real Battler would remember.
どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
Bye bye.
待ってよ、ベル。
Chasing after Burncastle, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. But what about Maria? She was the only one left. Kenzo... Or I guess there's the not meta Battler. I don't know if he got erased too. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで使うべきだ。
そうだね。
Oh, hi Maria, there you are.
マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
魔女同盟はわらわとそなた、その二人で始めた。他のものを混ぜようというのは
There's no fun when the friend group got too big and then it fell apart.
こんなにも楽しいからマリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなって
When the group Discord gets too big and everybody starts
幸せに
fighting.
なれたらと願った。
だが魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわ。
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった2人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアとさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
わらわもだ。
We're fine being totally alone in this dark void. Everything's good now,
そな
right?
たさえいればもう誰もいらない。
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは
We can just hang out in this black void forever. Just us two
完成
besties.
していたんだよ。
そう。
You don't seem too happy about this, Beta. You don't seem like you need anybody else.
そうだよ。
It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。
That's good enough, right?
そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない。泣かない。すべて忘れよう。ね、ベアと私たちは永遠だよ。
マリ
Oh, she's really upset about all this. Let's just do a little two-person instrumentality, you and me. All right, well, that's the end of the visual novel, everybody. Thanks for watching. Meanwhile, in 1998, 12 years later, we got this cool jazz. Everything's happy for us, for Anji.
天草、それ切ってくれる？
おっと、それは失礼。エムザッキーはお嫌い
You
で
don't like M. Zaki?
今は
Come
気分
on,
じゃ
it's
ない。
classic, man. You're not in love with M. Zaki's smooth vibes? Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray. I thought the ocean was blue. Shannon kept talking about this.
あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
Alright, we're finally gonna find out what Rokenjima looks like 12 years later, I think. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. Ah, but I at least remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. They do be crying when they cry. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokenjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
ロッケン島ですかい。
Is Anji older than Maria? Yeah, she's like 18.
すべての始まりで、すべての旅の
She was 6
終
at the time of 1986, so Maria was older than her at the time, if that's what you mean. So, in 1986, Anji was 6 and Maria was 9. So, if Maria was still alive in 1998, she would be, 21. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowed round the island. I hoped that viewing at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs. I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
うん。ロッケン島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏の
もう一つの隠された船着き場、六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が
Right.
所有す
Does
る
the
島
does the
と
other
いう
harbor
もう
lead
一つの
directly to
顔がある。
Kuadorian then?
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷で、愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の
This boat
源
guy
氏さ
sure
ん、
knows a lot. I guess he was in on
わ
it.
しら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。
So that would be like Nanjo and probably Kumasawa.
南城診療所の先代先生も
Yeah.
熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
It's interesting then, because like the oldest servants, you know, Kumasawa and Genji lines up with like Renove and Vergilia saying they were hiding in those people. I think that's important. I think that's an important connection that those are also the only people who knew about Kuadorian.
聞かされとった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから。
Who lines up with Gop? I don't know. I don't know if that's... I don't think that's been revealed yet.
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかね。
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クアドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説があります。
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか。
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが、一度も見たことはない。
20年ひゅーってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえね。だがクワドリアンへの出入りは、ある日を境に
That must have been when Beatrice fell off the cliff with, you know, Rosa.
今からだいたい30年前だから、昭和43年頃だったと思う。
1968, yeah, that's when it happened.
ぷっつりと突然。
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
The hidden side.
わかります。
Everything has two faces, two halves, just like this visual novel.
ある日、源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話が、ある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない。
Yeah, that's when Beato fell off the cliff, for sure.
わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。
Do I think Johnny Young Bosch would be a good VA for Dub Battler? I don't know. Maybe.
だが
I can kind of imagine him doing those like Nero Ichigo type yells, but I feel like it's at the same time it's too cool of a voice, right? Like I feel like this Japanese voice actor does, I forget the name. I know who they are. They're Jotaro and Osamatsu, but I feel like they make him sound just dorky enough.
それにクワドリアンのことを知る
大
使
輔よの
用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
Yeah, I know about Golden Edition.
ベアトリーチェが死んで。
I feel like Johnny Young Bosch is almost like too deep. Like his voice is too deep and cool even when he's like doing really upset yells and stuff. Who was gonna be the Goldfish voice?
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。
Was it like any like popular anime voice actor, or was it some kind of relatively unknown person? They never revealed names? Oh, okay.
その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが
On that day, 12 years ago, Ushiremiya Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the real mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years? Well, that's obvious. It's because that's where the gold is.
わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。
It's obvious that like the riddle leads you to Kuadorian, and the gold is hidden in there. I think that's pretty clear at this point.
どうやってクアドリアンを知りたどり着いたのか。わしにはさ
裏のクアドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるのじゃあ
Kenzo
り
was
ま
dubbed by
せんぞ。
Simon Templeman. Oh, that's interesting.
じゃあ回路モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。
Yeah, I think at this point the real question is how the riddle leads you there. Right? I think it's pretty obvious. It was obvious to me at the beginning that the gold had to be somewhere on Rokenjima, because the story can't really leave Rokenjima. And then in episode 3 it became clear that the gold is obviously hidden underneath Kuadorian. And like they kind of hard confirmed that in this episode. But so now really the riddle is just all about how it actually works, and what its meaning is to Kinzo and what its meaning is to Beato. I think the riddle has 2 different meanings to the 2 of them. It's someone called Kyle Ignatzi as Battler's VA voice. I feel like I recognize that name.
船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
じゃあ屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する。
Yeah, this is the one we went through episode 4. You know, when Kraus fought the goat.
愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルをとバカにしてえところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っ
He
ちま
hasn't
った
had any major leading roles, but he is a working VA.
それも否定できんところですな。どうなんですか船長。
わしは海の人間
I
だ。
don't know shit.
穴のことはわからん。
He doesn't know about holes, minions. I'm sorry. He doesn't know about your holes.
だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島
I don't know. Digging a big hole doesn't sound that hard for a guy who's
私た
ridiculously
ちはこ
wealthy.
の島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
All right, let's see it. I want to see what's on the island. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。
I sure hope nothing bad happens to you, Boatman.
屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。
You're a toxic individual,
今日の
Amakusa.
本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Anji put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
さしてやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, the fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence like an aura of the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rokkenjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. I guess they have jurisdiction. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forests and rock walls spread out below me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope of this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいな。
Final destination! As the strong winds blew Mammon and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushiromiya Anji who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
Yeah, you jumped off like a skyscraper a little bit ago. What are you, being a coward now?
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Sakutaro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria Oni-chan.
私よ、エンジよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiromiya Anji. And a journey reach an end as the last witch of marriage sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
A strong tailwind urged me on. The tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Broken Jima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Anj called out to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic, and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it.
だから私、今こ
Right,
そ
so
全部
we
理解した
understood
の。
now that Anji had made fun of Maria back when they were both like little girls about Sakuretsuko.
魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近にあふれてる。でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that, after the day I wounded you, Marriage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner creme croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New smells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたか
Well,
ら。
it's not just you. I think her mom had a big part in that. I think, honestly, you can blame Rose a little more than yourself, I think,
お
Anji.
姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法
Well,
を
Anji's family
世界
also
中に振り
sucks,
まいてい
so
たマリアお姉ち
so
ゃん
there's
に
that. But
戻してあ
I
げ
don't
る。
know. You'd like to hope that Anji and Maria would have been helping each other. I guess that's kind of the tragedy of it.
そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps.
マリアお姉ちゃん。かすみよ。
Nope!
ようやく見つけたわよ。
I was expecting
エン
this.
ジェちゃん。
I was expecting this showdown on Rokenjima. Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Anji clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Just what are you waiting for? But Anji could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient places to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family, but if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushiramiya group as well, and they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。
She had it all planned out from the
お化
start.
粧室もないからね。
トイレもないから、お上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女が、そんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラ切り絵の子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
She grabbed me by the hair and forced me face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit.
おばさんが私のことを話すと、いつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき。鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出した。
It's fine, it's fine.
おかげで、私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
Feels like you're literally projecting Kyrie onto her. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ears were smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。その目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解
You're
放され
stuck
や
as
し
a
ない。
horrible person forever.
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃな
She
いよ。
is struggling to keep that smile up.
私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、
Owned.
そのというか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
Yo, she opened her eyes. She finally got that mad.
あんたたち、ちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
お任せを。
Umakasero.
口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが。少し勉強させてやるぜ。
The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. Wow, just like the Ushiramiya family. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. I don't know kanji, so this joke kind of flies over my head, but I think I get it. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kyrie. Kyrie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kyrie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. Yeah, hey, that's not how you should be living, that's how I should be living. Give me your money, by the way, so that I can play Metroid Dread 100% in one sitting. However, Kyrie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged, and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiramiya Rudolph. Money is fake? That's right. Money is fake, and that's why you should give it all to me. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushiramiya family had a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife but a mistress to the second son of that family, normally a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such a dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kyrie's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiramiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kyrie openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiramiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kyrie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted. Now I have to be in charge, and it's awful. I sure hope Amakusa shows up soon with his bag of guns. The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kyrie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she'd been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kyrie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then, suddenly, everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down. Listen, I'm the only real princess here. I would simply not allow this to happen to me and continue living as a princess. This sister has no honor. A kick landed on Anji's side as she crawled on the ground. Anji didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. She's so mad! She's so seething all the time. Look at this level of seethe.
時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ。
あんた、さっき言ったわね。
Kasumi is absolutely a massive hater.
いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて。
Not really. You don't have to do that, actually. I think that's what Anji's saying.
いつまで私は姉さん亡霊に苛ま
You
れて
could
なきゃ
just
ならない
let it go, bitch.
だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘
Give me
れ
your money.
やり直せるってね。
Anji was about to lash back out at her, but stopped. Because she'd kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, Anji had a pretty good idea what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Kirie's daughter Anji, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
ほら、そんなにこの島が大好きならしっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか。
I don't think she's gonna say
言ってみたく
that.
はならない？
I don't think she's gonna say that at all.
誰が言うもんか。
You're the one begging for satisfaction here. I don't know why Anji would give that to you.
エンジ様、ダメ。こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
Having pride is awesome, actually.
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。ダメ、あいつの姿は見えないわ。エンジ様のバカ、どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
Why did she do that, honestly? I don't need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that the signs of activity here won't reach the boat. I sure hope Amakusa decided to defy orders, but you know, this isn't looking so good for Anj. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiromiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some errors in my manners seemed to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Eva. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
私が怒っているということはきっとエンジが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。ならその悪いことが問題なのであって何をしたかなんて今
Women's
更思い出
wrongs,
せなくて
baby.
も問題ない。
There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes, Aunt Eva's punishment wasn't something that could continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Eva wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. Oh boy, she's having a good time. I opened my eyes, and look, there's Aunt Eva. Right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Eva almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, Aunt Eva's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiromiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it's just like what Aunt Eva did to me. Just like what Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But One-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure, if Maria One-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced on her onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her, Maria One-chan cut it with her magic.
Nani?
Nani?
私に何か文句でもあるの?
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred, so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got canceled out. That thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form no different from me, who had lost her family, who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushiromiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria One-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend, Sakutaro. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa, too. So I mustn't hate Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who has never been more than an object and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see, right next to Aunt Eva, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. There she is. She's the evil bitch. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I could make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, was negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness, at least for a while. I know, she's seeing through the matrix right now, the matrix of human relationships, and trauma, and abuse. It's a lot to take in. We gotta see through the code. We gotta see the person beneath. This is probably all Kenza's fault, but even, who knows how he was treated when he was a kid. That's right, without love it cannot be seen. That's the theme, they keep saying it. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto other victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Eva knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria Onechan? If I'd taught her with white magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Eva constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her, so now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate. Oh, hey, nice to see you again, Evatress. It's been an episode.
私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
In the world of Umineko, all metaphors are actually physical.
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
それでその目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い。
So now this all begs the question, who's the person we should be seeing beneath Beatrice's witch? All we can see is her witch, like we can see Beatrice right now.
憎い。
There's another person beneath Beatrice, I think.
ええ、憎いわ。でも少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？
I'm not depressed. I'm evil and mean.
何言ってんの？
I'm having a great time with all of my money completely alone.
思いっきり憎んじゃえば？
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。
It's just like Freddy Krueger. You have to turn your back to it and
エ
he'll
ヴァおばさんの
disappear.
苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てる。
Also set him on fire. You know, that helps too.
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？
I know, this is like actually about the cycle of violence or something.
こいつ頭大丈夫？
Umineko, game about the cycle of violence that actually is good.
っていうか、へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば？あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。
Just give up and
顔とかはダメ
die.
よ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
I think we're a little too late to break the cycle, though. Now you're being beaten to death. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had each been ordered by the Black Witch.
やれやれ。答えないね。
I know, Silent Hill F is gonna be great if we're already getting this stuff in Umineko.
私をじーっと。
I'm excited for Silent Hill Elf.
私が憎い。憎いでしょ？私もよ。
Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind the expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lying, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out continues to howl.
ほら、スマデラかすみ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあな
Don't
たが
you feel better now that you're the
今度は
one
こっち
kicking
側にいる
people
の
instead of the
よ。
one being kicked? Isn't this great? I know, it's great.
愉快でしょ。
It is great, I just said that.
立場が逆になるのは。
Everybody loves a little bit of a role reversal.
愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ。エンジェ、泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
I teleported like 1 inch to the left. Isn't that great? I'm so magical.
決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
When you gotta make them when they cry.
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。 んたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いてごめんなさいかすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
そうその言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉辛いでしょ。自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ。同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
No, I think Eva Triss's voice actor is just Eva. I don't think they have the same actors. The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were, themselves, sad. And I couldn't forget the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the black suit's kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
スマデラかすみ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
Yeah, no, Eva and Beatrice have the same voice actor, but they said Beatrice was a different actress.
許せないわよ。
Oh, you meant Beatrice Eva. Then yes, both the Evas have the same actress.
でしょ？
It's just you two like sounding younger because it's meant to be Babby Eva. It's the evil, mean child inside of her.
もっとよ。もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。ほら言って、叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジン。あんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
This seems healthy. This is a good way of coping.
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling it was just sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。ダメ。それは。
Oh, is it Maria's diary? Yeah. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria One-chan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
I missed that stupid laugh. No, I didn't actually. That laugh is hideous.
お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over.
ほらね、この本はエンジェにとっての大切なものでしょ。
Ruh-roh.
大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。
こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
なにこの気持ち悪い本。あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。
That's okay, I can come up with my own ridiculous theories.
見てよあの顔。もっとけなしてやりなさい。貶としめてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。何これ恥ずかしい本。
少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だ。
Mahoda?
あんたあれでしょ。
One of
アニメ
those.
とかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
Cackling, Kasumi opened up to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria One-chan. I didn't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Eva, Sumidera, Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何
Yuck it up!
お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を
Laugh it up, fuzzball. The black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。
You're sure showing this dead 9-year-old what's what, Kasumi?
あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from the loneliness? That magic that One-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away and had disappeared. That whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法。
Hey, bell peppers taste good already.
これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。
You just gotta cook them right.
それも破いちゃいな
Grilled
さいよ。
bell peppers, like stuffed with cheese and stuff, those taste delicious. Wrapped with bacon?
どんどん破いちゃえば。
With a brutal, loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria One-chan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away.
やめろ。やめろ。マリア教の魔法を汚すな。汚い毒素で汚
Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
いいじゃない。怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ないない、そんなのないってば。
Wait, aren't you saying you're not real then?
痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。
Oh, I see. It's just magic. Happy magic doesn't
魔
exist.
法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
Oh my god, is Sakataro going to die again for like the 5th time?
魔法のお友達ですって。煉獄の七姉妹。物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？
Foolish. The page that wrote of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mammon's vessel or anything. Seems to not like it though. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain.
大丈夫、マモン。しっかり。これくらい平気。私よりエンジェ様の方が辛い。
However, Mammon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女。どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ。
For giggles?
どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ。ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。あんたも怪我してあげるわ。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
He probably should have said anything. Sakataro is just a little guy. He can't do anything.
なにこの下手くそなライオンの落書き。作太郎？変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。そうなの？これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。本当に下手くそな落書き。こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。こんなのお友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭の可愛さ
Yeah, you tell that dead 9-year-old. You really owned her.
神だ。へそかんで死んじゃえば。うりゅ、マリアをバカにするな。めって破かないで。ダメ。
Damn it! There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakataro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. Oh no, not this PNG of a toy! We've killed Sakataro for like the 4th time. I'm ordering you all to laugh. I'm paying your paychecks. A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarily, and heartlessly trampled the 2 halves that had been torn and thrown away. Listen, I know the black suit guys are probably really confused, but hey, she's signing the paychecks.
悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて何も言えない自分が悔しい。 私たちは見えない人間にはいない。私たちは必要としてくれる人間としか。だから家具。
As Sakataro and Mammon supported each other, they crouched down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか
Yeah,
思えない。
all the black suits guys are definitely just random NPCs Kiryu would
あん
beat
たの
up.
お花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。
They're like the Japanese version of the henchmen who say, "It's the bat!"
気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアもそこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
おかしいわ。
You've been laughing.
あんた友達いないんでしょ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。大丈夫、私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるの。だから私が認め
The
てあ
scene
げる
is
の。
this is going on. They're really rubbing in that cruelty.
本当にかわいそうな子よ。
To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all of that, Maria One-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ、これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂い。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なにこのカラフルなページは。なになに、大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。
Not that one.
やめて。
That one's really gonna fuck things up.
そのページだけは。
この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文ならやってみようかしら。
本当に簡単な呪文よね。いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud. The black suits stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。
Man, that one's rough.
おかしい。
That sure recontextualizes a lot of things, doesn't it?
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば。
The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, ooh. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother.
なにこのバカみたいなの。うう言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。
バカなうなり声。こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。バカじゃない。
Ripperoonie. It was the day of a picnic when Maria One-chan and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. One-chan was singing a song she just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end, with ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding One-chan when she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page, too.
やめて、破かないで。そのページだけは許して。
That feels like encouragement to her.
ダメ。
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased. I know, we're doing posthumous Maria Misery. She's fucking dead and we're still upsetting her.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ？笑っちゃう笑っちゃう。幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ。魔法はね、怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね。
Boy, I wonder what this means for Beatrice, that she was the first one to say, haha, that's silly, magic could never be for happiness.
あんたたちの言う幸せなんて、絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it.
悔しい？ねえ、悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち、そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。じゃあ魔法を私が見せることができたなら、お姉ちゃんの魔法を信じてくれるの？
What is Anji's plan here? How are we gonna beat this? Don't say that, Hatsune Marvin. That's actually terrible.
信じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ。
You can hear the wind blowing. The wind is howling. It's like Undertale. Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね、大魔女さん。立ち上がって何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法はあるわ。はあ？この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち。
Oh, I hear a song fading in. A cool song.
静かに。へえ、面白いじ
Shut
ゃない。
up, other me.
半魔法の毒素を理由に、あんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた。白き魔女マリアの弟子、見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。こいつ
The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法？
I could use that cookie multiplication spell, actually. You got the formula for that? The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
突然。さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の何？
Summon the besties! There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I'd had in my prime. It was power that matched even Maria One-chan and Beatrice. Calling all Oomfies, kill.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。
エンジ様、あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて。そんな私はマリアお姉ちゃんのマリアージュ・ソルシエールの世界を守るために今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを
Show me some
命令するわ。
tricks.
無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
The 7 sisters also remembered what happened in the classroom. If they could have obeyed Anja's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anja. But Anja spoke very quietly.
ならあなたたちも信じて。
Believe in the me that believes in you.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは人を幸せにするために生まれた。そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女マリア教が生み出した世界を否定する愚かなる黒き魔女にその奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために信じて。魔法を、魔女を、今こそ奇跡を。
When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Anji.
魔法を見せてくれるんでしょ？なら見せてちょうだい。
Oh, I guess she can't see the 7
魔法で火の玉でも
sisters.
稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度、3つ数えるうちにやってお見せなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさいよ。
なんだこのガキ。イカれてやるぞ。
It almost sounded like Norio Wakamoto, but I don't think it is. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Anja's detached attitude.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。エンジェ、無理。銃弾は魔法では防げないよ。いいえ、何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は。煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。エンジ様。
Mammon was perplexed by Anja's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Anja.
ガキめ。魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。どうしたよ。早く魔法を見せてみろ
Show
ってんだ。
us the magic.
ほら、遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にバビョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
The black suits jeered at her, but Anja simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば。撃ってみろって言ってるのよ、向こうは。
この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん。
Bye bye.
天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。 撃て。
いいんですか？
おうち死ね。エンジェ。やれるもんならやってみなさいよ、あんたの魔法を。
The black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. Well, Anji's dead now too. Good night, everybody. That's the VN as well. Now the VN's double over. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew.
何をしてるのマモン。銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころを演者様に許すつもり？
Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly and with a single swing, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood and a cold smile was on her face. Then, slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた
You gotta believe!
人間を。
バカね、まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？何を？
Yeah, unlike your evil and cruel black magic, this is white magic where I summon people to stab you. Kasumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Anji, and why was the person who fired hurt instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。
光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。今こそ冷やせ審判の時。どうして人間の世界に魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに、魔法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに、どうして？
これが本当の魔法だからよ。
The magic is real!
何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ殺せ。
One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses took out his gun, readied it.
銃口を覗かせる無礼。私死ね。
Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い。これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね！
In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
バカ！敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they couldn't see, because they didn't believe in magic. They could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたり愚かの代償を払う。
That's right, it's like white magic in Final Fantasy XIV. You just kill everybody for the blood willy, and that's white, helpful, healing magic.
何よこれ。何が起こってるの？
あなたには見えない愛がないから。
ありえない。これだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのに、どうして魔法が権限できるの？あんた何者なの？
魔女よ。 あんたと違って本物の。
ちくしょう、この
You bitch! As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie, and the trigger was. Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered.
死にさらせ
次、サタン。
今度のサタン、すでにここに。ならばが今の
Blockhead!
エンジ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか。
The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かせをし、地獄で後悔せよ。死ねー
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Anji quietly asked one more question.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ、信じる気にならないの？
こんなバカなことあるわけないでしょ。
Umfi's kill.
認めない。魔法なんてあるわけがない。そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。魔女なんているわけがない。魔法はあるよ。魔女はいるよ。うりゃ
Alright, thanks for contributing.
そうよ。
Thanks for contributing to the conversation,
魔
Sakaretsuko.
法はあるのよ。魔女はいるのよ。そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界に幸せの世界への扉を開く。
He's here to stand there and look marketable and cute.
あんたなんかにそれを否定させない。
幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う
You
資
know,
格
it's the
は
end when
誰にもないんだ。
they're saying the themes out loud. But it's not the end, we're halfway through.
哀れな人間よ。そなたの人生に魔法の力があったなら、もっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は哀れむ。
It is, in fact, the end of the question arc. We still have questions, so we gotta wait for the answers arc for anything to make sense. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns in my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless.
ちくしょう、どこにやがるんだ。
That's true. That's true. The question arcs are considered when they cry 3, and the answer arcs are considered when they cry 4. So this is an ending of sorts.
攻撃をやめねえと、この天の命はねえぞ。姿を現しやがれ。
Devil may cry 4 when they cry.
何言ってんのこいつ。美味しそう
We've
な
got huge
笑わ
guts.
をしてるくせに。エンジ様、次は私にお任せを。
許す。殺せ。
ありがたき幸せ。死ね
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus's form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely.
かわいいか。ねえねえ、どこを貫いてほしい？エンジ様、ご希望はございますか？
頭。
かしこまりました。死ね！
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and his insides scattered. He twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
スマデラかすみ。
So no head, that's right.
そなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する。その運命への心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもらう。そなたがそ
You
の
gotta
魔法を
believe.
信じるならば。
バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
As Kasumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Ange.
そうよかすみ
Do the deed yourself.
その銃で撃ちなさいあんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい殺してやる殺してやるあんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよそうよ殺して引き金を引いてあいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを悲しみを全部叩きつけてやるのそうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ
Yes, this will solve all of your problems. Murder.
やめてかすみおばさん
This will make you a normal
黒
person.
き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ
殺してやる
I think she's a little too far gone for reason.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃくち
なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれないあなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすればあなたに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの
そんなものはないわあいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよあんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれその苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい失ったものは何も取り返せないのよそうでしょスマイル
Yes!
かすみ
Kill!
そうね何も取り返せないかもしれないでもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができるだからかすみおばさんその銃を捨ててかすみおばさんに幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない
私はねあんたの母親が逃げたせいであんたの母親の言い名付けと
And let me guess, this guy sucked, right?
させられたのよ将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ別れさせられたのよあんたの母親の代わりと継がされて話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちが分か
Damn,
る
it just sounds like you weren't as bold as Kyria. You could have just opted left
殺
too.
してやりたかったなのに姉さんは勝手に死んだだからあんたを殺すのそうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ
From Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそうならばせめてあなたの魂を永遠に解放し塩素の鎖から解き放ってあげるそれが今の私にできる唯一の施し
Well,
かもし
I
れない
guess I have no choice but to kill you.
死ねー後ろ宮エンジェ
さようならかすみおばさん静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで
I no longer feel angered or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Anji's forehead.
マモン
強欲のマモンここに
ありがとうあなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから私は全てを理解できた
エンジェ
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさいマモンその女を解放してあ
You
げて
can't look at all the murder, Sagataro. You will no longer be cute and innocent and marketable.
そして
You will no longer be a
マリアージ
mascot
ソルシエ
character.
ルの名誉を守れ
はい覚悟せよスマデラかすみ
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning and had already gotten behind Kasumi.
貴様に多少の得があるなら再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ死ねー
The upper half of Sumidera Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Show me your true form.
彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。分かっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら面白いことを思いついたわ。私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。
Oh boy, exciting and fun magic.
あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human.
何の真似？
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに。
I don't know what this means.
あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女はあなた
Oh,
を
it's
最も
it's regular Eva.
憎んだ。
Hi. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Eva's form as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。
お久しぶりね、エンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻
I
ってき
did think it
た
was
わよ。
really good because, you know, it's the same voice actor for Eva Triss and regular Eva. How she, like, kind of slowly changed her voice to regular Eva's. It was really good. That's some good acting. Aunt Eva glared at me with a mad laugh.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさん、そういう人だったし。
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。
Yeah, she's besties with Margaret Thatcher in hell, Eva is.
たった一つだけ心残りがあった。それがこれよ。
私、それが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain.
黒き魔女の力こそ私の魔法の源泉だったの。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
That's right. I have the magical power of gun.
あんたの言う魔法なんかただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。あんたの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
Dun, 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 dun,
黒
dun,
と
dun.
白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。
I mean, we're kind of 8 to 1 here, Eva. I think it's stacked against you.
黒き魔法で復活してあんたを
Sakaretsuko is also here. He doesn't count, though.
私の奇跡。あんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を？半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。
ああ
さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよ。マモン、私に力を貸して。
But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。
but nobody came.
煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れね、エンジ才能。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れ。あんたの終着駅がここ。
ええ、まったくよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れ。
The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly... At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock inside a frozen space, Eva looked at the ruptured gun. When the time melted, her fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Good job, Mammon.
ここに。バック。
Let's go, lesbians. Behind Eva's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分、エヴァおばさん。
That's good. That's a good death rattle right there. Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful.
運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。
I signaled to Mammon, so that Eva would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around.
ありがとう、マモン。あの日の教室であなたたちの無力を罵ったことを今こそ心の底より、そして再び謝るわ。あなたたちは魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
こちらこそ感謝します。良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います。
Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Eva.
エヴァおばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream.
Have a nice dream.
See you hell.
See you in hell. Then the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. Cool. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic, ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular, I could hear a clap, clap, clap. A truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey, Burn Castle.
おめでとう。
Hi, Burn.
無限の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解したわ。
ええ、私は今よ。
Do we understand everything about magic? We've got 4 episodes left. Oh, I love this track too. Yeah, it sounds like it does sound like a PS1 racing game, like some Ridge Racer stuff.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。 だからこそ彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
あなたが家族を諦められ
Can't
る
do that.
そうだから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれない。わず魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤
You
独
gotta
な世
kill
界
the
しか
witch.
存在しない。それは100億のかけらを旅して私が保証する。
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて。心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
その気持ちが揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士、情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
It felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Burn Castle, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey.
私、あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないか
Well,
と
she didn't
疑
lie
って
so
たことがあ
much.
ったわ。
It's used a little bit of legalese.
私は1998年の演者だから、家族を救っても
Yeah, right, the
それ
Soma
は
thing.
1986年の演者が救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
その通り、私はあなたを騙したの。
でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を、
Hmm?
結局は
私は何も教えて
I don't
ない
know what you're talking about.
そ
Leave
れ
me
を
alone.
知ったのだとして、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。
え、言ったわ。
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために
I guess that's
最
true.
善を尽くせばいい。
ええ、その通りよ。ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。
But we've already established Beatrice doesn't do
躊躇や
this.
戸惑いで差し手をおかしくしてたら
But maybe that's why
対
we'll
戦
win
相
in
手
the
も
end.
混乱するわ。
She's just having fun. Or was, anyways. Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushra Mia Anja still needs her family. So I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So, don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was gold, color as bright as can be. There was the beautiful Uchiramiya family rose garden. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was gold-colored as well. The butterflies gathered there were gold-colored too. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Marriage Sorcière had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted and all magical and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the garden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the winds was clearly something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised.
変者？ベアと変者だ。
どうやってここへ引き取られよ。わらを
I don't need any more friends. I only need this 9-year-old girl. Beatrice spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly steering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. A world where she could have always been alone with a friendly Maria One-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe.
悪いわね。あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るのよ。私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
わらわは飽きたからやめたと。
I'm bored, though.
もうゲームには戻らない。
ベアとはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。わらわにはそなただけがいればよい。だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ。
I don't think she is, though.
ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいる。二人きりでいい。
マリア、すまん。ありがとう。
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかないの。私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。
なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。
Cause it's
こ
lame.
の世界が
And also I want my family
わらわ
back,
と
you
マリア以外
bitch.
に誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
あんたが始めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬわ。バトルは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。あのゲームはもはや終わったのだ。
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラーを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよ。エンジェ、ベアトはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。
I don't know about you guys, but this Maria feels a little off.
マリアもベアトさえいれば他には何もいらないの。ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Maria One-chan's thoughts. To drag Beato out of this world, I'm going to have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final, peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんの
It's a fool's
本当
gold,
に
you could
叶えた
say.
い願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶う
Oh
の。
yeah, then where's your mom, you silly
見て、
little girl?
ここには優しいママだっている。
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly, smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてく
I'm
れる
gonna
よ。
summon March from Final Fantasy to Tactics Advance. He's gonna tell you that this is all unhealthy.
エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
It's just escapism. Sorry, Upon hearing Sakataro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking.
よせその名を口にするな
Invoke the name of the Scrunkly. Beacho's expression changed as well, as she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakataro's name was still too taboo for One-chan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前を。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？
それは良いのだぞマリア
Alright, don't listen to her, Maria. It's, everything is fine.
思い出さなくて
Sakataro's, he's you know, whatever. You don't need
サクタロ
him.
はママに殺されたんだよ
Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing her all around like a typhoon of flower petals.
ええ、知ってるわ。ローザおばさんが大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold.
やめよやめよやめよやめよなぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのかわらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな
ならどうしてその大切な
I
親友
think your
を
magic is
あ
lame
な
and
たの魔
cringe,
法で
Beato.
蘇らせてあげないの？
それができるものならやっているしかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は
ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇ら
It's
せられない
always been bullshit. I always do this from Volume 1. I didn't know how exactly, but this line from Beato about how she can't revive Sakataro is always bullshit.
答えは一つだろ。
It's because she wants Maria all to
あな
herself.
た
Also
の
that.
本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
蘇らせられるとわらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられるとも
The
作太
Scrunkly.
郎でこの庭園を埋めることだって
But
でき
none of
よ
them
う
would be the real one.
ええ、できるでしょうね。あなたの魔法では。でも、あなたの生み出した作太郎は、決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ？もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめてどうしてエンジはそんなひどいことばかり言うのベアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよとても素敵な魔女なんだよサクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど他のことなら何だってできるのだからサクタロだけは我慢できるの
ううん。お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点で、ベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよ
You're a faker. You're a
サ
faker.
クタロのよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから
だから蘇らせられないの？ベアトリーチェも。あなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
ならばそなたならサク太郎を蘇らせられるというのかそなたの魔法ならば
She
それが
has,
で
in
きる
fact.
というのか
できるわ。
Owned.
なんだと
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当
Expose this horror.
ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ本当に
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して。私がサク太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら、この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
そんなことは許さぬここはわらわとマリアの世界 マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch hut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world.
そう。それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女なのね。宇宙は一人で生み出せるのよ。マリアージュソルシエ
Yeah,
ル魔女同盟。
another subtext is just the text moment.
この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
嫌だ。そなたは嫌いだ。
I don't like you. Go away.
ここから出ていけ。
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ。そしてマリアお姉ちゃん、これが本当の魔法なのよ。
We're exposing your fake Jordans. I'll show you real Jordans, Maria.
できるわけがない。
Wow, that's a face.
ここはわらわとマ
The
リア
face of
二人
coping.
だけの黄金鏡。部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。
静かにしてベアト。返事を邪魔しないで。
Oh, that hurt. When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my Golden Land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものなら
See, she said it in red.
やってみろ。後ろ見やエンジ。
As Beato's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。マリアの親友のサク太郎。あなたが
The baby.
どんな姿をしていたのか、思い出してごらんなさい。
Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then, she clung to us both.
大丈夫。サク太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。サク太郎、サク太郎。
The baby returned.
サク太郎、会いたかった。
It was, without a doubt, that stuffed animal lion, Sakataro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything, Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly. The baby.
ウリュウ、
Sagataro appears with like sitcom audience applause. Woo, it's the baby!
マリア、ただいま。
Hang on. Actually, that's a good line to use that for. Tadaima. We did it, everybody. The baby has returned.
サク太郎、サク太郎。 どこも痛くない？あんなにひどいことされたのに
Let's
どこも平
rock.
気なの？うりゃ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。よかった、よかった。
You're finally back and you're so scrunkly and marketable.
もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。だから僕を離さないでね。離さないよ、永遠に。
Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうして？
Way cooler than Beatrice's.
どうしてサクタロウを
She's a
蘇ら
fake, a
せることが
fraud.
できたの？ベアトにもできなかったのに。
ありえぬ、ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。こんなことは。
Oh, she's so mad.
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。
魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。魔法でサクタロウを蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。
The red can't save you now.
特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの。
Ah, that's where we got it. It's not the only one, is it?
魔法でしょ。
With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakataro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。
Remember what being annoyed about when not getting told what Anji saw in Ijima? Oh my god, it was another Sakataro, wasn't it? I knew Rosa was a fucking liar.
魔法なんだよね。ベアトリーチェ。
She just bought one. It wasn't. It's a stuffed animal that already existed. She didn't make it herself. I had suspected this forever just because Rosa's such a horrible bitch.
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？
The only thing you don't get is how Beato can say in red that Rosa made it. I mean, Rosa could have just copied the design. Like, she could have... I don't know.
どうして？どうして？エンジすごい。
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She just, like,
エンジはすごい魔女。
copied the design and made one herself.
マリアなんかよりもずっとずっと。
Right, that way it would look handmade, but so there wouldn't be any, like, tags or anything like that.
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。私は
Maybe that's how she makes all of her fashion lines, too. She just plagiarizes people. Yeah, there's like multiple ways you can get through that wordplay, right? She made it as in it's a present she bought, you know. Red Truth is tricky like that.
すごいよ、すごい。
Yeah, maybe her company is the one that makes the Sakataros. So in a way she did make it, but just not by hand, like there's more than one. You know, there's like multiple ways you can get past that.
難しいってベアトも言ってたのに。エンジはすごい。本当の大魔女なんだ。
Daimajo. Either way, in the PS3 CG of that scene, there's just a pile of Sakataros. Wow, that's like, that totally ruins this setup. Like, you can, I guessed it beforehand, but that's still kind of dumb. I wouldn't want that. At that time, Maria's and Sakataro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place not there. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Lands. Beato, she's like, Anji is like Chris Redfield. She's like, Beato, you need to go back and fuck my brother.
そしていつまでもお幸せに。大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれは。
Yeah, it's the Soma thing. Just like what Anji was told by Lambda Delta. I'm happy for you. I'm not coping. On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. Yeah, it sure looks like it. It was joy, anger, and sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、
It cannot be seen.
怒りがなければ、魔法は。
It needs all of the things, all human emotions that you can experience. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. Well, Chili Green, thanks for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Unlike Beatrice's world, our world will be perfect and will never end. The Golden Land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a fuller falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Back into the game, you bitch! Then she was mercilessly slammed against the jet-black floor. It was a dimly lit, smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light into Beatrice's shadowy, smoky room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she'd left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in. Sit down!
座りなさい。
わらわに座るべき席はここしかない。
Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか、あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか、負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。ならばよかろう。
Lambda Delta must be happy.
わらわが負けるまで繰り返そうではないか。
何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム。あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。
No more fucking around. We're done with that shit. Play the video game.
優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
捕まえた。やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアト。
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Beato's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat.
もう逃げられないんだからね。 意外でしょ。
自覚がなかった方が意外であるわ。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ、勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ。負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。大丈夫よ、勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ卿が
For
あんた
all
に勝つまで
eternity.
つきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
しかし戦いたくとも
Get your peggable brother back in here,
対戦相
Anji.
手はおらぬぞ。
Hi, Lambda. Or, Burn Castle.
バトラを見つけてき
I found him. Drops him back in. When Burn Castle appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Ah, you broke him! Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness, and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Burn Castle had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラもこの戦いを逃
We
げ
just
ない
we just gotta get him back that sense of identity you tore out of
あん
him.
たに勝つまでね。勝ち目がなくなってきたからって全て投げ出して逃げるなんて、そんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないわ。
Yeah, sorry you did miss that scene,
後
Hatsune
ろには
Marvin.
バトラ。
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラしっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。
I think confused is a good expert. Yeah, that is how I acted. I was a little confused. I didn't expect this twist. I'll put it that way. I had expected many twists, but not this
戦
one.
って勝つために。
Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後ろ宮バトラではない。
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない。後ろ宮
You're
バ
just
トラ
not the
よ。
Ushiromiya Battler you thought you were.
誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。
It's really funny how all of this has been turned around on Battler, though, because, like... Well, you deny witches and they disappear. You deny the Battler and he disappears, too. It's the same thing.
あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。おふくろの子じゃないんだぜ。俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。レアトが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではないわ。
なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないではない。
ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。後ろ宮バトラは
Ah, yep, this is what I thought. I think this is part where my theory comes true, that he's Kyrie's son, and that they, like, switched the babies because Kyrie's was stillborn. Like, Asumu's was actually the one that was stillborn, and Battler is Kyrie's son. Because they were born, they were pregnant at the same time. Kyrie talked about this. As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face.
復唱拒否ね。レアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。 これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。これが私の
Alright, let's hear the theory. Let's hear if her blue truth is the same as mine.
ベアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても
Yeah,
金蔵の孫
that's
である
pretty
ことは
close to what I
で
was
き、
saying.
ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
くだらない
Of course it was. That's what all the red truths are.
青き真実、ベアと赤き真実での反論は赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Beta just said that because she wanted to get out of the game because she's like, this battler doesn't remember the thing I want him to. Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit. See, there he is.
俺は誰なんだよ。
しっかりなさい。あんたは後宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。例えばあなたにとって後宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。
That's the logic to use.
血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ、エンジェは血が繋がってなくて妹だ。
赤で言ってエンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
There you go. Yeah, we're dragging him back from the pit. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair strongly from behind, so much that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。アスムお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を
That's the wordplay between saying Asumu wasn't the woman who birthed me, but you can still say she's my mother. Battler could still say that.
あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて思い出して、アスムお母さんのためにもこんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ、おふくろはいつだってここはどこだよ。くれよ。
I'm scared. I want to go home.
俺の家族はみんなはどこだ。
Well, they're dead, but you know, you can fix that maybe. The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジ、俺の妹。でもよ、わからねえんだ。どうして俺はベアトと。
That is a good question. Honestly.
もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後宮バトラ、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And still, unable to understand why he was fighting, he had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. instead of a vague purpose like winning against a witch or because he couldn't forgive her. He has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ、エンジのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りか
We're
けた。
dragging him back. Bring that fighting spirit back so we can make fun of him some more.
もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦ってベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
嫌だ。もう魔女は
I
嫌だ。
wanna go home.
ベアトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。いつまた裏切るかもわからない。
He's been fucked with too much.
何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。俺に構うな。構うな。
Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
お前、
I figured this would happen sooner rather than later.
誰？
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
エンジェ。お前、エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。私の家族は全てあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。目の前のあの魔女が家族を全て、お兄ちゃんさえも奪い取って
You
しまっ
gotta
た。
beat her ass.
お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。あいつをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
ベアトが俺の家族。
そうよ。逃げも隠れもせん。
I killed them all.
わらわが後ろ宮エンジェが家族を奪った。バトラはわらわの玩具。
Ah, she's back, baby.
父親も母親もそなたには返さぬわ。永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいいわ。
From Anja's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain.
エンジェ。エンジェ。くそ。俺は何をやってたんだ。ありがとうな。エンジェ。お兄ちゃんは大切なことを
It is battling
ずっと
time.
忘れていた。
Battler tried to turn around, but Anji was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Anja's arm that clung to him, because it stained Battler's hands, his fingers red.
エンジェ、大丈夫か？おい。
It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood.
お兄ちゃんを助けるために、ここに来るために、唯一守らなきゃい
Right, she
けない
couldn't reveal
ルール
who she was.
あったの。それがこれ、お兄ちゃんに私がエンジェだと知られてしまうこと。辛かったよ。お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて。
Well, I guess that solves the Soma problem.
このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。
Now this was Berncastle's trick, not Beato's.
魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に遊べるはずだった。でもそれじゃダメ。お兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃ。お家であなたの妹が待っているもの。それは私のことではないけれど、それであなたの妹は救われる。
エンジこんなに違う。こんなに。
He wanted to turn around, but Anja was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Anja's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
気にしないで。私は所詮駒だから。
Yeah, sacrifice.
サクリなんだって。そんなことはどうでもいい。早く手当てを。
I don't think we have one of those boxes
こ
in
の手を
here.
一度離すんだ。エンジ
サクリファイス捨て駒の戦略的展望のためにわざと損を承知で駒を見捨てることを言う。
In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Anja had a coolly made decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler right now, she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushuramiya Anja's voice could reach you. That's me, Anja Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushuramiya Anja's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
エンジうわー
The white thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど。
That's really weird and gross, Hatsune Marvin.
お兄ちゃんは
I don't know why they wouldn't just show the blood dripping on Battler.
戦ってきっと私のところへ帰ってきてね。待ってるよ。ずっと。お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに何もできなかった。ごめんね。
いいんだ。お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって。俺は
I know, you gotta actually fight to win here, Battler. You've just been fucking around with Beato.
ああ、もうこんなとこ
We're
ろで
playing to
遊んでな
win
んか
here,
いないぞ。
bud. Get your head in the game.
帰るからな。帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ。何でも約束する。
この手を今から離すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから。
わ。
The coolest part of you. The part that actually thinks. That CG is pretty good. Do that, yeah, do that pointing thing.
指さしてゲームの再開を宣言して。
Alge's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails, but I turned around right away to take care of Anja's wounds. There she goes, bye!
エンジ。
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
エンジ。
She gone.
どこへ？
That solves that Soma-esque problem of like, well, I'm in a world where my family will never come back. So, I mean, you know, I guess that solves that little paradox. Behind my chair, it was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed, and there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Anja had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just as a human's insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Anja, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジ。
She's right there. She's the goop.
エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。おい！エンジはどこに消えたんだよ！
The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジェル
She turned into goo.
どうなっていくか
お前は知ってるのか？エンジはどこへ行ったんだ？
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つ一つ親指台に
Ugh. That's
全
gross.
身の肉を引きちぎ捨てていく。わらわは見ていた。魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍なコーンを
She broke the
一
rules.
つまみ一つまみ肉をついばひね引きちぎ細切れにすエンジェは誇っており兄と最後の言葉を交わすためその苦痛の喘ぎを最後まで耐えたこと
As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought that they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why did Anja have to wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Anja couldn't possibly be... Ugh.
ベアとも正直ねバトルには見えてなかったんだから蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごま
Well,
か
I
し
mean,
た
the
よ
pile of meat is still there, so that's not really a believable explanation.
お前らもそれを見ていたのか？エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔をしてたのかよ。
Without answering, Burncastle, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me, some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beato's underling, and I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that it truly was Anja, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Ah!
良いではないか
妹のことなど
Is she gonna say, well, I mean, there's another little sister waiting at home, right?
どうせそなた永遠にここ
No,
から
I
帰
see
れ
that
る
too.
とせぬそなたに帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろうそなたがここで遊んでいる限り無数の世界のエンジェが孤独と今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられ
Picking away at her little bit by bit.
そんなことはどうでもいいことではないここにいるそなたに見えない観測できない観測できない真実赤き真実を用いねば立証できないだからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな
That's a lie. From Anja's arm, every part of that sad future world had born into me in an instant. All because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Anja's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Anja's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Now I'm motivated.
お前が見たかったのはこれだよな
I turned towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Anja's brutal last moments and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed.
ベアトリーチェゲンの再会だもう俺は逃げねえしお前も逃がさない
望むところわらわはもはや逃げも
I'm trapped here too. Let's do it.
わらわとそなたの決着確実につけよう
I know, Battler serious
ど
mode.
ちらかが勝つどちらかが敗れた頃それ以外の結末は存在しない
俺は勝つどれほどの時間をかけようと絶対にお前も打ち破るこの勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない俺は逃げない逃がさない俺を本気で倒しに来いよ
I like this
く
song.
だらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ないお前と俺は敵同士
We'll see how long that
決着を
lasts.
つけて俺は
We'll see how long this we are enemies forever lasts. It didn't last very long last time he said it.
揺るぎなき決意絶対の意志人間の絶対なる意志絶対の魔力とそれは奇跡に通じ
Yeah, that's how Kraus was able to punch that ghost really hard.
これは約束された絶対の奇跡わらわの価値を100億に人
Magic all comes from belief.
人かけらの奇跡も絶対になくわらわの足にはいつの間にか音がもう片方の足にはこの椅子に縛り付けた
Well, I'm glad Lambda Delta revealed herself as kind of the true final boss as far as I
わら
know.
わに残されたる運命バトラに殺され敗北することそれを拒み永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことのいいえ殺されるための心の整理がつくまで引き分けを繰り返すに間違いないいずれにせよ破れるためだけに戦わねばならない
I mean, she might not be. There might be more to this, but it seems like right now Lambda Delta is kind of the real enemy because her intent is to trap them forever, not for the game to end. So Burn Castle will be stuck there forever.
もう永遠の鎖がわらわを縛り付けたそしてバドラもまたみっともなく許しを請うため同情を請うために哀れ れみの心に訴えかける。なりふり構わず土下座して腐りなさい。それもかなわない。チェックメイト。これは完全なる爪だ。わらわ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王。破れるための戦いであっても。
That's right. You gotta be yourself. You gotta play the character. Come on.
そしてわらわにふさわしく散り際を飾る権利。わらわと同じ。そなたに我が魔法を存在を認めさせて、この島に黄金鏡の扉を開く。そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となる。
I mean, we've already had 3 tea parties, but okay.
全員がすでに揃っている。主賓の到着が遅れている。いつまでも茶会が開けない。そなたの父親、母親、いとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれている。
ああ、上等だぜ。まったくにもって上等だ。何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。
We don't even know for sure.
お前との遊びはこれまでだ。行くぞベアトリーチェ。
存分に来るがよいぞ。妥協も中断も不先輩もない。どちらかが勝ち、どちらかが
One shall stand, one shall fall.
お前に負ける意志がないという。わらわを倒すしかない。
Is Microsoft Sam in the background?
しかしわらわも
Is that what that voice is? That's funny.
殺されるし、わらわにふさわしき最後をそなたに用意できるのだ。抵抗を繰り返すことができる。そなたにそれができるか。いや、できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来いよ、殺し。やりにくいか。ならばいつもの調子でいい。
There you go. There's the face.
殺されるかよ。
That's what you want, Bannon, right? This is what inspires you, this
お前に勝
face?
ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。ほう、いい面構えだ。殺してみろ、殺してみろよ。
You should have been a bad lie. Wow. I wish I could have read all that. Well, that's the end of episode 4. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. We still got the tea parties, of course. Yay! Achievement unlocked for Anj. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. Oh wow, there's not even the fancy credits. Alright, we gotta go right to the tea party. Episode 4 Tea Party. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Everybody's fucking dead. Well, I guess Maria's alive. Midnight! Oh god, alright, oh, hey, hang on. Alright, whoa, hey, oh, whoa. I don't know how many days that's more days that is. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand what happened yesterday. I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry-cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. Your ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. Where's Maria? Are you just all alone here, Battler? That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came and no letters came. No person came and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George Aniki and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought that this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which would make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful, Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Aunt Natsuhi and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could see that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Oh, rip! I thought she passed. Damn. She lay next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl. And at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion swinging the hat-stained spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Good night! Good night, Pyropoyo. Thanks for watching. I'm really interested in where this is all going. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I'd tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest, and even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she must have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location, so at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim that pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I'd discovered George Aniki where I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. So much for that guy. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible, but after the dining hall I was used to corpses, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while still on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression while listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this.
バトラが来た時には私は頭を半分ぶちまけた。
She had said that. That was her voice. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she'd talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm from the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone with the culprits right before your eyes. So, did the culprit come in part way through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things, and that both of them were made of the same part of her body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from the massive blood loss. Sure, let's go with that. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her. Oh wait, sorry. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this.
守護神兄さんダメだったありゃ作詞だ
She said it almost as though she'd witnessed Georgianiki being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where Georgianiki had been summoned, it was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of the typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that had happened by the arbor from the window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before Georgianiki, so she shouldn't have known that Georgianiki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that Georgianiki had been killed? I don't know. You can make up a lot of bullshit. That's your specialty, Battler. Come on. Also, during my search for the entire mansion, I found Kyrie-san's corpse as well. It was in on one of the gold guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kyrie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kyrie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. Ew. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So a little too late, I set it down by Kyrie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have been penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards is in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something, like Georgianiki, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kyrie-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kyrie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kyrie-san's corpse with holes that could have easily been caused by some kind of attack. But a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kyrie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in mystery novels, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through them from the outside and attacked. A cylinder lock and a keyhole? But despite that, Kyrie-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kyrie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kyrie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons, and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted with each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. The witch's trick. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Krause with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuadorian, and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design like the one that had been buried into Kyrie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was a weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kyrie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kyrie-san spoke of attacked Uncle Krause too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way. I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside of it. Behind the mansion, in the wild ground bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan's corpses. Rip to them. Well, at least Battler's finally gonna get to see Kuadorian. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, which had been blown half away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion, Kuadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplice might have used this underground passage, and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. there's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuidorian. Through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. Oh. The old well had a firm cover on it. Damn it! The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kyrie-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage at its depths. Well, I guess Battler won't get to see Kuidorian. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. No matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kyrie-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Yeah, maybe there's like a blowtorch around or something. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. Oh, maybe there's a chainsaw you can use. But the shutter of the gardening tool was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find the fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice that the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right, I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Uchiramiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be this certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I don't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse, burning and spitting out terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and was then thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like he'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Yeah, Beatrice got annoyed and just burned it up. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about running to take on the cover to the well. But I decided to break the shutter of the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. This is pretty grim, huh? Battler's all alone, looking at a bunch of corpses? I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor, and on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they'd stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, those loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they probably would have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell that they were dead even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of those two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which would have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging, if they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied two loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to this shutter, but it is possible that there was a copy and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these two corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Kanon-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Oh yeah, that's because he's at the bottom of the well you can't get into. According to Kirie-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So, with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with the light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchet and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with a Sowak, thanks for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. We're at the grim task that is episode 4 of Umineko's Tea Party. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanon-kun cut through metal bars. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm. Yeah, Energy Sword Sunday. And that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And he used it to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I loved as a kid, doesn't it? Kojirok Beam! Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kanon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I wanted to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Kanon-kun could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It just feels like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. If only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Canon-kun's, but I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Canon-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using that strange power, right? Kyrie-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse?
死体がないだけで犯人扱い。疑わしきは白だとほざいたのに誰だった？
Hey, that was 2 episodes ago. We gave up on that.
カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわない。わらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけ。
Well, thanks, Beato.
死体がない以上カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
わらわが赤でささやいたと。
Yeah, he's hanging out in the other dimension.
そなた。
At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. And there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more and more. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kyrie-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kyrie-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き残らせるつもりかよ。とっとと姿を現して殺しに来いってんだ。もう面倒だからこっちからは探さねえぞ。
He's just bored. He's sitting there, he's eating lunch.
正体を見せやがるってんだ。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえぞ。矢でも鉄砲でも持ってきやがれ。
I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Uh-oh. We all know what happens at midnight on October 5th. Then, the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you, Golden Witch Beatrice? I hadn't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. Just you and me, Battler.
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日。退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い駒であった。
エンジェの名を、お前が口
Don't
にする
talk to me about Anji. We're playing the game.
あれは奇跡によって現れ、自らを生贄にして、そなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与え。
Alright, let's see what Battler's theories are.
エンジェの名を口にするな。
あの無残な死を、あの死を見なければ。
I know, we needed serious mode, Battler.
エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければ、そなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまりは必要な
I don't think she's listening.
そうでなくては、そなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれない。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せる。ベルンカステル教。これは駒ではないわ。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようとも盤上を離れることはない。しかし切り札、どんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェ、そなたにとって実に
You need more
切り札だ。
motivation.
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンジェを待たせてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は1秒たりともありはしない。
ならばどうすればよいか分かっている。
You gotta defeat me. Solve my mysteries.
お前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ、おっ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝する。
お前も
I'll kill you.
ならばよ
Did he
し、
say, does that mean he said it in red?
始めようぞバトラー。さあ、魔女狩りの時間だ。
The time for the witch
わらわ
hunt.
を追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light, and if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
先手はどちらから。
俺だ。
潔い。
Oh, here's the song. Blockia, thanks for following. Welcome to the Rose Red Army. The Rose Rabbit Army. Sorry, I've been doing a lot of reaming out loud. It's time for Dream and Discharger. Battler's about to turn into a Chad for the first time in his life. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Did the fact that they face each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. You know, as opposed to that just being the real normal color. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. And that flower is blue.
俺の青き真実
Yeah, the blue truth.
すべて一番最初から一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
よかる。そなたのお手並みを拝見する。来い。
行くぜ。
Alright, wow, we're going all the way back to the beginning. Hello, Black. Yeah, that's a cute emoticon.
す
I
でに
like
宣
it.
言済みだが。もう
You
一
have
度言う
pleased me today with this cute sight.
こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。一番最初からあらゆるゲームのあらゆる
Alright,
場面を
we're gonna go through all of them, are we? This might get
後
long.
ろ宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても
Right,
犯行は
yeah.
可能になる。
Even in this game, finding Kinzo's burned corpse can even support the fact that he was already dead,
これにより
right?
人間の
Like a
数
corpse, a
18
burned
人を満た
corpse
し
isn't gonna look much different if it was done days ago.
意見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能
Like
になる。
Kinzo seems to end up burned a lot. You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt. By making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the collusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. Oh my god, we're full fourth wall breaking right now. The blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there? A protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her.
悪くない。まだまだ藁は否定されてはおらず、この程度で足りぬ。続くゲームでそれだけで説明できる謎がある。
True.
どの謎だ。
第2のゲームの終盤、ジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き連れ、夏日の部屋に駆け込む殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は
Right, yes, I remember that scene now.
残るすべての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある。犯人 X が存在しようと密室構築は不可能だ。
The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば。
Yeah, he could have gotten the master key from Kinzo even. Like maybe Kinzo had a master key on him.
いいえ、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザ
Oh
が
right, I
管理
forgot about that.
だが、ローザおばさんが共犯であった
Yeah, she could have been the culprit in that game. She was specifically the last one left alive with Maria. Remember when she was going all Doom guy on the goats?
ローザおばさん、犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し、密室殺人を幇助した。そしてその後、同様の方法
And
で
then, you know, you could
鍵を
easily say
回収
this
したんだ。
culprit X betrayed her and killed her too.
甘いぜベアト。こんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであった。
The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth. Ballin Baloo gave $40. Let's Go Samus, parenthetical, and Battler too. Well, that puts us at about 153. Thank you for your kind donation. Reminder, if we reach the goal for funding a Nintendo Switch and capture equipment to, stream off of a Nintendo Switch, I will stream all of Metroid Dread in one sitting and get 100% item collection in that single ceiling. So thank you for your contribution to this worthy cause. Now, where was I? Regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Yeah, I love Dream and Discharger. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Yeah, it really does sound kind of like the song, like it's got dueling elements. Like, I think of this part of the song as Battler's part, almost.
さらに続けて6連結の連鎖密室ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人親父たちのホールでの死亡クラウスおじさん
I mean, we already kind of established the murderer in the third game was Eva.
エヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ
This one's kind of easy, and I see this part of the song I think of as Beato's.
これは当時すでに論破済みそれに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題南條先生殺し18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能これで第3のゲーム
Right, yeah, that big web of red. I don't know, it kind of seems like he's beating your ass right now, Beato.
ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというの赤き真実を追加しジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ窓から飛び去ったの
In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs, but because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Eva was busy carrying Krause's and Natsuki's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase of the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window, but all of the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだお前の言葉通りだぞ窓から飛び去ったんだろ下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう
赤き真実を繰り返す外部へ通ずる窓も扉も全て内側より施錠されていたぞしかもそれらの施錠は全て
Right, so how did the window get closed and locked again if he left by a window?
施錠する術はない
青き真実を繰り返す当時の俺も言っているぞならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出
Right, so you got someone else to do it for him. Maybe Eva or Nanjo?
何も難しいことはない
Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて青き真実は未だ揺るがないならお前が魔女で
Yeah, I don't know. This one got pretty weird and complicated. Let's see how Battler explains it.
わらわが赤き真実が反撃していない以上そういうことになろうこの度のゲームでのみ
It all comes down to episode 4, which a lot of things happened in.
存分に来るがよ
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるしキリエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程での
Sure.
説明
Alright, poison darts. I'm with
ジ
it.
ョージの兄貴ジェシカ
They knocked them out, took them somewhere
脱出した
else.
メンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの不審な点はな
I
い
feel like it's pretty easy to say guns did it when like half their head is blown off.
だが分かってるぜハンコイよ
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚しているそう来ることは我らも分かっている
Right, so this is all predisposed on Kinzo's already dead theory.
だから金蔵を書斎より出したその金蔵親族会議
Right, everybody saw Kinzo, so that kind of destroys that one theory.
親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた
What are we gonna say it is this time? A skinwalker?
そうだな。だがじいさまはずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになったぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。俺は後悔す。そのじいさまは別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじいさまと見間違えた別人だ。
ならばわらわは
Alright, they're getting into it now. It feels a little bit more fair. He was beating Bayato's ass before. She seems like she has a good argument for this episode 4.
いかなる喧騒であったとしても後宮金蔵を見間違わない。
ならば後悔す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を第2のゲーム時赤き真実で5本と宣言することで
Oh, did this change?
以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更
Right,
さ
so
れ
if
ている可能
Beato
性
can
が
change the amount of things like master keys from game to game, then it's possible that Kinzo being alive or dead was different in a different game.
よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在を
Right,
もって
yeah.
それ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証
That
明
makes
すること
sense.
には
I
な
think
らない
that's fair. The games have different setups, different boards, different
よ
pieces.
って食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
ならばこう返そうぜ。4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の性質設定
Oh,
全
really?
て同一である。第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
副賞要求各ゲームの開始時
Yeah, but she can't say he was alive, right? She said, you know, his status is the same at the beginning of every game, whether that's alive or dead.
副賞強
So he's kind of actually trapped Beato by getting her to say that much.
答えぬよバト。わらわのそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせん。
Old man?
俺の前に立ちふさがりやがれ。我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
Hi, Kinzo. Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beato? Hi, Kinzo, you fucking old asshole.
お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。
It's nice to be that one face again, I guess.
黄金の魔女の高みにはな。
The basis of the skin suit theory is that the culprit wore a suit made of Kinzo's skin, which, since his visage can't be mistaken, means everyone thought the culprit was Kinzo. That's ridiculous. I think that's a little bit ridiculous even for Umineko. Kinzo's jet black robe spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the sound of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
黙りな。死に損ないの亡霊め。
ほう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。それがお前の命。
I'm talking with this dead asshole.
第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の大好き。
Oh, is this a CG of the dragon
俺の
from
反
the
撃
PS3
の足
version?
がかり。
That's pretty good. That's a pretty cool dragon.
あばよ、クソじじい。こいつでお別れだぞ。俺は 金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠と
Alright,
して
let's hear it.
以下の仮説を提唱する。
よかろう。存分に来るがよ。
I hope I never have to see that face again.
行くぜクソじじい。
I mean, there's the answer arc, so I most certainly will see it again.
継がれているという仮説だ。
Oh, really? Oh, I get what Battler's saying. The new Kenzo could be someone else that no one would mistake. That has, you know, it's wordplay. Okay.
後宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
The new Ushiromiya Kenzo, the new hit.
その名を誰かが継承した。全員が承認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
Right.
じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。
Well, I guess that kind of tears apart the skin suit theory of Beato as a
新
counter.
しい金蔵を認めたのだからよって見間違えるわけもない。以上の仮説が否定されない限りお前が死んでいる。これでとどめだぜクソじじい。お前に副賞要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Re-owned grandpa. Please, I'm sorry, I don't want to stop right now. I don't want to interrupt, but I have to get up for just a few minutes. I'll be right back. It'll be maybe 5 minutes, but I'm being interrupted by something. I have so many princessly duties to attend to, but it'll be a really quick break. You can listen to Dream and Discharger while you wait. So please just give me a few minutes to come back, okay? Thank you. Sarah, I made it blue. It's the blue truth. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Let's get rid of that text. Okay, sorry about that wait, but I have returned. Hello, everybody. We can finally get back to the action. Rest in peace, Kinzo. We got his ass.
こいつが引導だ。食らってくたばりな。
By the way, Immortal Thunder, thanks for the sub earlier. I gained 3,000 life points thanks to that. Now I'm feeling very invigorated.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ。あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。
Yeah, that's a thing that works against Beato. I was saying that earlier. Seems like whenever Kinzo dies in these games, he's always burnt. Yeah, that's exactly what I said earlier. You can't tell how long he's been dead if he's been burnt.
以上の仮説で、てめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は
I know, I don't want to lose by that. I'll just gain that 3,000 and keep Immortal Thunder alive. We're chained together now, forever, you and I.
どうだよ。これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Checkmate! Getting shot with the blue truth. Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon, its golden flower petals scattered, Ushiromiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Oh yeah, Kinzo's super dead. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing.
バトラ
恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こすな。次こそ。これでお前も最後だ。
You're next on my list, Beatrice. Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that had pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だが、そろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。
Can you do
ならば
it?
我らを殺してみせ
Do
よ。
you have it in you? The killer instinct?
逃げも隠れもせん。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い。後ろ宮バカ
おう。金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも全て18人目の X で説明
Right,
でき
the
る。
18th person who replaced Kinzo.
何もおかしなことはない。
Because Kinzo was already dead.
以上にて
Right, they both.
全てのゲームにおけ
She
る
said in
犯人
written
の
that there's
説明を
only 18 people
人
on the
間にて
island.
完了す
So
る。
if Kinzo's already dead, then somebody else can take his place as that 18th person.
ベアトリーチェ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Checkmate! Ta-da! Uh-oh. Seems like there's still a counterattack left, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow.
食らっちまった。痛えよ。こりゃ死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ。
Seems like it's
死ん
over.
じまう。痛いのは嫌だ。
Yeah,
辛いのは嫌。
Seems like it's about over. Half over, at least. I have no idea how we continue from here into the answer arcs, even though there's a lot of questions yet to fulfill. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これで抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃ならバトラー、我が魔法の数々をどう説明するのか。一番最初に登場したのは第2のゲームにおいて
Oh, this one's easy.
わらわ
This is
がマリアの
desperate.
かぼちゃのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。
Nobody else saw that. None of it matters.
ローザはその魔
Rosa-
法を確かに目撃
Rosa could have
し
been
て
making things up. She could have been exaggerating. There's a whole lot of explanations. Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and fixing the marshmallow by the miracle of magic. This is like a desperation move right here.
信憑性がないであろう。
Like, if this were so hard to fight, she would have used this from the beginning, but the fact that she saved it for the very last move means that it's easily cut through.
だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。それこそが今回のゲームよ。我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらの全てを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
ステイルメイト。
Hmm?
魔法があるから魔法はある。
Right, the
そういう
stalemate.
論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
そうだったな。
誰が何魔法を目撃しようともそれは魔法の存在の証明
Right,
には
exactly.
な
That's
ら
what
な
we've
い。
been saying the whole time.
俺はお前が見せてきたすべての
This
魔
was
法
that
の
was really all a
存
ploy to
在する
confuse
しないの
Battler,
遺憾に
but
関わ
he
らず
saw through it right away.
そのすべてを無視して人間で説明することができる。それは俺の不可侵の権利である。
Right, it's kind of what I've been saying. The idea, I think, isn't whether magic exists at all. It's whether an alternative explanation to magic exists that Battler can find. That's the point of the game. It's not denying all magic equivocally, right? Like, I think that maybe the magic Anji can do that we've seen in 1998, I think that's important as treated as real, almost. Or at least metaphorically true that it, you know, in regards to the stuff about hate and revenge and all that. But what matters for Battler's game is whether he can explain everything with humans,
違ったか。
and not whether magic doesn't exist at all. At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away.
やはり抜けぬか。
As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So, I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。わかっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。
Yeah, when you look at it this way, it feels more like Beato is set up to fail than Battler. because, like, if all she has is, well, I did magic, you saw it, and Battler doesn't have, all Battler has to say, well, you can't just say magic exists because magic exists and you showed me something, then it feels more like Beato was set up to fail.
なればいつか破れる日が来るのは当然。
Almost like that's what Lambda Delta wanted.
わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。
Almost like there's something manipulating them outside of their game.
勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。勝てるかもしれないと簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中で何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り、いや奇跡も絶対も
Yeah,
が正しい。
I think maybe Lambda is being deceptive also about what she wants exactly, maybe. I'm not sure. There might be more players we have yet to see too. I know there's more characters in the answer arc. Cause somebody showed me Erica and I'm like, oh, that's Burncastle with a different outfit because she has the same hair. And they're like, no, that's a different character. I was like, fuck. So there may be more players in this game we have yet to meet. That have been manipulating this from the start, perhaps.
永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。そうさ。バトラに殺されるためだけに戦って。
I mean, I know regardless, whether how many characters I know or not, it's not over yet because there's a whole 4 episodes left. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figure of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously, from the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。
But I thought witches never reform.
ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかな間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かった。そうだよ、あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
Yeah, it wasn't good enough for him to be tricked. He had to admit it on his own.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and still looking up into the sky was sewn in place. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid the rain, Beato was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのか、ベアト。
グーの音も出ぬわ。
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。早くとどめを刺せよ。言っちまえよ、お前の青き真実で以上により 魔女は存在しない。
Hmm.
言っちまえよ。その一
This is really what I've been waiting for, this moment here.
止めてしまえ。
Whether Battler will go through with this final blow,
ダメだな。
or whether he'll find out another way.
わらわにこれ以上息すでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いは
まだとな。
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
いいではないかよ。投了でそれでそなたの勝ちだろうが。
How Paul Dana Cora's Beatrice? Not really.
とっとと
That's a weird question. I don't know how to interpret that, really.
帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。
I just don't really know what to make of it.
お前は何者だ。
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. I want to know who Beato really is. Who is the woman hiding under the Black
そして
Witch?
一体何が望みだったんだ。
Because even if we win, even if we say, witches don't exist, magic isn't real, Beato is a person. We've interacted with her too much for her to just be like some weird illusion. So who is she?
それが知りたくば、そなたの18番でも試せばよい。
Where did she come from?
いいではないか。
If magic isn't real, then she's not a witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Then who is she?
ただの妄想、幻想。それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだ。
Dameda.
逃がさない。俺はお前をこのまま逃がしてなるもんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。打ち破る。完全に
Like we
な。
know there was a real woman named Beatrice. It was said in red even. There was a woman named Beatrice who lived on this island in the 60s with Kinzo.
だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。
We know this much.
お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンジェを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを。お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を
We do know that
俺は
Beatrice
絶対
died.
に忘れない。
She fell off the
許さない。
cliff with Rosa. We know that happened. So who is
まだ
this?
エンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで逃がさない。
Battler's eyes burned with flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。どうすればいいんだよ。どうす負けを認めぬためだけに無限に戦うのも、無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。バトラに勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた無限の悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんてもう嫌だ。勝ちはなく
引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は魔女の道に落ちた時から悪魔と契約をしたその日から末路は悲劇であると約束されていたではないか。
どうした黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。ロッケン島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
That was a really slowed down thunderclap. Hello, King of Bunnies. Thank you for, wow, 2 years straight. Incredible. 24 months. How did Super Metroid go? You missed it when I did it a few weeks ago. It went very well. I had trouble with Meridia because that place sucks. But if you do want to watch it, I upload all VODs to the YouTube channel that you can find there. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. There we go. That's what I like to see from you. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Oh, you meant you didn't see the rest after you popped in? Yeah, it was fine. It was good. Super Metroid's a good time. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler.
"俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出すそんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから全部がわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが
It's no fun if he's tricked into it.
俺は前回
Gotta give it
お前に
wholeheartedly.
一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえかだからその借りをこれで返す俺の仇俺の黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
バカが
Simpleton.
二度とチャンスがあると思うな
When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. Right, the Kinzo's dead thing.
18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない
そなたの副賞要求の一つに応じる全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる
Oh, she said it in red.
ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいことわらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきたそれを金蔵の分一人減らす
I see. She never set the minimum, or rather, she set the minimum, but never the maximum.
この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない以上つまり18人目を含めるぞつまり18人目の X
Alright. Why was she so ready to give up then? Maybe it's just because she doesn't like being forced into it by Lambda. Well, how do we solve this problem then?
そら見ろやっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきたそれが1人減って17人になり ようやく正しい数になったってわけ
So
だ。
Kinzo was always dead,
これだ。お前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜
but
かれ
there's
たな。
nobody else.
戦いは
Yeah,
ゼロから
I
仕切り直し
know
ってわ
that
けだ。
much because Battler forgot his sin. This is very important to her, but I want to. Obviously, I guess we'll find out eventually why this is so important to Beatrice that him not remembering would just make her lose interest and not interested in playing anymore. The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokenjima.
さあ来いバトラー、もう一度最初からだ。全てについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。わらわももはや遊ばぬ。逃げもせぬ、隠れもせぬ。そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負、この場にて決着してくれようぞ。わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる。さあ、第一の
Alright,
ゲー
back
ム
to
から。
square one.
おうだ、最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。続けるぞ。 次の
Okay.
エヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどう？
So the first 6, you know, there was still a lot of people around who could have done it.
チェーンまでかかった密室であった。
Right, it wasn't a weird closed room mystery.
赤き真
The
実。
closed room started with Eva and Hideyoshi.
二人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者、犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室内から殺害する手段は存在しない。
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。これが実は偽装死体で、犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が、そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ、俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
Shooting apart this closed room.
よかろう、次だ。
So these games are like an infinite loop until certain points are resolved? Yes, kind of.
ボイラー室に立ったカノンが殺されたな。赤き
It's
真
also
実
the case that new information about previous games has been added in new games, so we have to come back to them like we're doing now at the very end of this last episode of the question arcs.
すべての生存者にアリバイ、さらに死者も含めよう。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。不償要求。
Right, like a lot of the problem in the first two was that Battler really didn't want to blame any of his family members for the murder. But that quickly became impossible, so he had to do that, which is why now he's easily able to do stuff like blame Canon. Or in the third game, blame Eva.
カノン君は自殺ではない。
カノンは自殺ではない。
重ねるぜ。復讐要求。カノン君は他殺された。
負傷を拒否する。
その拒否で他殺を
That's
認め
similar
る
to
こ
a
とも
plot
可
point
能
in the
だ。
book series called Dark
お
Tower.
前はすでに赤
That's
で誰に
interesting.
も殺せな
I
かっ
only
た
read
と
the
宣言
first Dark Tower book years ago. That's the Stephen King series, right? I only read the first one, so I don't recall anything like this. Maybe that's only something that becomes relevant in the later books.
これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。状況は不明
There's
だ。
seven? Yeah, I know it's a
事故死
series.
というわけさ。
I only remember reading the first one. I'm not that big of a Stephen King fan for a few reasons, but that's interesting. Maybe I'll revisit it because you told me that. There's basically a whole meta element to Umineko where Battler, one of the members of the family, right, in the first game, he's just kind of experiencing the murders as they happen, and then the game ends with everyone's deaths. And then kind of there's this meta world where Battler lives on and challenges Beato with the lives of his family on the line. Like, if he allegedly, we don't know this for sure, if he wins this game overall, he can have his family back, and they will come back to life, or they will never have died, or whatever, if he can prove that all of the murders Beatrice does can be done with humans instead of magic. So Beato and Battler, after the first game, kind of sit in this meta-narrative overworld where they're watching all the events occur and all the murders happen over and over again in different ways, as Beato tries to make the murders tighter and tighter and more like locked rooms so that it becomes harder for Battler to deny that they were done with magic. So kind of the important thing to remember about all their arguments is that they're kind of just arguing in theoreticals. They're not really using like evidence like you would in a court case like Ace Attorney or something. That's why he says stuff like Devil's Proof and Hempel's Raven or whatever. He's gotten a little more competent.
ならば、その後の客間にての源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。
So initially, you know, when you're in just in episode 1, you think this setup is familiar. Oh, it's a murder mystery among a rich family on an island. Everybody has a motive because they want the inheritance, right? And then it turns into this nonsense. It's a twist on that whole classic mystery genre.
そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
That's why instead of evidence, they use things like the red truth and the blue truth. Everything Beato says in red is guaranteed to be true. Like they don't have to argue about whether she's lying or not. That's how they get around arguing in circles where like Battler will just accuse her of lying over and over. So Battler proposes a theory in blue, and Beatrice has to try and prove and counter it in red.
3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ同時に相手の顔面を吹き
So
飛ば
this
す。
is how we get ridiculous scenarios like the one Battler is proposing right now.
その後マリア
It
がそ
doesn't
の銃
matter
を
how
回収して隠
ridiculous it
した。
is. If Beato can't counter it, then it's fine. All's fair play as long as Battler can come up with some plausible theory for how humans could have done this instead of magic.
これならどうだ。
Yeah, see, it is silly.
気に入った。ならば最後の夏日。赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身元不明死体は一切ない。生存者も全員がアリバイがある。トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。あの銃は構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた。
Yeah, sure.
罠の銃だ。
夏日の額に生まれし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そしてホールに呼び出された。そして特定の時刻に特定の場所に立つように強いられた。あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。素晴らしい。そなたの暴論は心地よくすらある。
Some ridiculous trap that would fire off at a specific spot in a specific time, right? It seems insane. But if Beato can't counter that argument with some logic, then it's all fair.
敬意を表し第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぜ。感服したわ。
Alright, second game. The instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of Blue Truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
答えぬわ。まだまだ。
まだまだ。
来い。第2のゲームだ。
Beato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest, but even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over, and Anja's been burdened with a future of isolation.
わらわのここにただ笑うだけでは永遠の地獄は続く。そなたを妹に返しはしない。妹は彼らの家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
くそが情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2のゲームだ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、
Right, yes, he proposed this theory in the second
密
game.
かにマリアのカバンに
That's
戻
easy
したんだ。
enough.
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。つまり事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
Only Kinzo had the weird lock.
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。6人の中に犯人がいて5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
With their entrails out?
6人は発見時すでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり相互の殺人には関与しない。相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。そんな誰かが6人を殺し内側に隠れていたと
It is a
仮
big
定すれば
chapel.
問
Somebody
題
could
な
have
い。
been hiding.
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。どうしたい後ろ宮バートだ。第2のゲームから
Yeah, things get more complicated right away. It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beato cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。
Dane. Zen Dame Dada.
俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が
Smallpox.
入っていて腹の中で爆発した。
This is that meme I've seen everybody repeating.
つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾
You're
の
so
詳細に
fucking
ついて
stupid.
は悪魔の証明。
God, I want to scrumple you up into a little ball like a piece of paper, you stupid, stupid man.
説明拒否。
I want to put you in my mouth and shake you around vigorously until all of your money falls out of your pockets like a school bully. I know. I'm feeling the same way as you. I refuse to explain, he says. but Beato failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. Hey, as long as it works, like I said, he can propose any ridiculous theory. If Beato can't combat it with the red truth, then sure. Exactly. She can't disprove it other than saying, well, that's stupid, but she can't disprove it with the red truth, so. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up.
好きなだけ笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
なし。その暴論や心地よし。次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は。
It really is an internet argument.
使用人の誰かが犯人であればマスターキーを使える。密室ですらない。
その後使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり南條と熊沢が殺されたな。カノンの死亡はあの時刻以前に赤で宣言済みだった。ならばあのカノンは何者だというのか。カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならばよって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。彼らは異なる人物。カノンと誤認することは絶対にない。ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。
We're doing this thing again?
カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place, it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Yeah, that was a real sticking point in the second game, so it must really sucks to have it undone so easily.
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム版上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたまう。しかし有効だ。その暴言心地よし。
Feels good.
心地よいぞ。これは痛みではない。
Ah, I see, she's like that. I understand what she's into now. When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away, but the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain.
いいのか続けていくぜ。第2のゲームの最後の殺人夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。赤で反論はあるか。なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。ああ、ナイス。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。くれてやる。第2のゲームなぞ。貴様にくれてやるわ。
Balor's 2 for 2. She's got 2 more to go. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged as if were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. She's like struggling to stand.
細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればな。お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
Make a hamburger.
ぶち殺してやる。お前を同じ
I'll beat you to death.
次だ。第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがれ。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
のか。そうと、まだまだこれからよ。さあ、第3のゲームを始めようぜ。
Right, the daisy
ま
chain
ずは最初の
closed
6連結の
rooms.
連鎖密室。本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。しかしそなたは金蔵を殺
Right,
して
his
しま
whole
った。
theory rested on Kinzo killing everyone and then himself, but if Kinzo's dead the whole time, then that doesn't work. At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room, and that there he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in that boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However,
問題ない。ジジイ以外にも犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
alright, keys were in there, got it.
なら毒ガスで殺
Poison
したんだ。
gas. We're getting real dumb
鍵
now.
は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があったぞ。室外からの殺害は不可能だぞ。さらに赤を重ねようぜ。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。だが戻すことはできたぜ。死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして、誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
All the killer would have to do was have the key on them and just pretend they got it from the corpse they found. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
エンジェに親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて
I will.
決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
You're making it matter. Doesn't seem to be shaking his concentration as well as that sort of thing did in the past, though.
殺せ。バラバラにして殺せ。命をの必要はねえぜ。絶対にこの手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
He's really mad, though.
ああ、そなたならできるだろう。千年の果てに残虐の限りを尽くしきったわらわにそれに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろう。ああ、それは痛いのか辛いのか。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ後ろ宮バトラー。まだ謎は残ってるぜ。
Still mysteries left. Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Eva was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spent playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Anja will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Anja as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
I'm not old.
答えぬわ。これくらい。こそばよいわ。
いらねえようだな。容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろう。
存分に行くぜ。
そうせ。逆の立場だった時。
You sure
わらわは
didn't.
容赦しなかった。だからそなたはそのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろう。じゃないと。また別の世界
You didn't do that,
孤独な
Burn
演者を
Castle did
呼ん
that.
で
Don't take credit for Burn's work.
今度は獅子を引きちぎって槍に刺して炙り焼きにしちまうぜ。
黙れ。もう二度と俺の家族も親族もそして使用人のみんなもお前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎も
Alright, let's hear it. I wanna know.
真実で打ち破っている。残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後。南條先生の殺人だけ
Right,
だ
that
ぜ。
last one was tough.
おや。わらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められている。わらわも風前の灯火であるな。
She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
ということはこの南條先生殺しの謎だけがお前が魔女であることの最後の防衛戦ってことになるな。
そうなる。これを破られた。わらわはすべて
Not all of them, I don't think.
そなたの真実を譲り込み、新しき赤き真実で反論するから。真
追い詰められて風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。まだ何か隠し玉を持っている。
Hmm?
さあ、どうか。あらばもはや千年の長すぎる生涯にあいている。その果てに巡り合ったそなたという好敵手によって生涯を閉じるのも。
Now that's a good rivalry. It's very sexy. Only you are allowed to kill me. Oh, I know it's not relevant to the game Beato's true identity, but I think Battler is interested, maybe.
やってくれよ。頼むよ。殺してくれよ。殺してばっかりでさ。殺された試しがねえんだよ。お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえ。
Wait, what do you mean by hundreds? It's only been 4.
一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth, her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change, but pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil.
お前を哀れには思わない。お前が俺たちの誰にも憐れまなかったように。
そうだ。お前らゲームの駒だぜ。毎回最初の6人は誰を殺すんだな。もっともっとグロい殺し方はねえかなって考えるのは最高に楽しいぜ。
She's putting up a good front. She's putting on a brave face, even if she's losing. Witches never reform. You said it. I know you're just being a hater, though. So true, Cloud's Vigil. We Vigils love to put up a good, strong front. It's all part of the pageantry. It's the theater. You've got to put on a good show until the very last moment. The 18th person X had been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Eva, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all involved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind to me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah, this way, I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's legend of the witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったのさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは
they didn't all die before him or at the same time.
厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していれば
Like Jessica.
その感激は縫えることになる。つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいた。
Or not Jessica. She was alive at the time.
うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from underneath the earth and skewered the golden witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pin-cushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life.
自業自得だぜ。お前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, you couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
バトラー頼むよ
Huh? Beato let out a sob.
見てよすげえ見てよ終わらせて終わらせてこれでもまだ死ねねえんだよこんなにいてるのにまだ死ねねえんだよ
俺に何を求めやがる
You gotta say the line. You know what you have to say if you want to kill her for good.
この靴から解放して
Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいいどうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる
今から全てを晒すからそれがわらわの心臓
心臓
殺して
ベアト
殺してもう死ぬ
Were those tears from pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger.
エンジェルのところに帰って
帰るためじゃないお前の痛みを止めるためにお前の願いを聞く
ありがとうバトラー
In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens or something.
バトラーなら殺せるから私の心臓を潰して貫いてね
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen.
おね
After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
後ろにはバトル。今から私が
Wait, what?
あなた
それで
I thought we were killing you, not me.
そしてたった今この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのは島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her.
来いよ。
Ah, yes, right. Battler on the game board. He's just hanging out, I guess.
お前の最後の謎。
So who killed the battler on the game board is the final mystery, I
こ
guess.
の島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。
I'm me, he says.
なのに私は今ここにいてこれからあなたを殺します。
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。それで
私は誰？
This is more like a riddle than a mystery.
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
私は
I knew this would come up. I was talking about it not long ago. Who is Beatrice? The final mystery. Then Beatrice slowly approached me and, still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. Oh no, it's the end? Cast: Beatrice. Ushuramiya Battler, died on the 10th Twilight. Ushuramiya Anji, died in 1998. Ushuramiya Maria, died on the 10th Twilight. Wait, who was that? I can't read that one. Ushuramiya Kinzo, died on the 9th Twilight. Ushuramiya Kraus, died on the 7th Twilight. Ushuramiya Natsuhi, died on the 1st Twilight. Oh, it was Sakataro. Ushuramiya Jessica, died on the 2nd Twilight. Ushuramiya Eva, died on the 1st Twilight. Ushuramiya Hideyoshi, died on the 1st Twilight. Ushuramiya George, died on the 2nd Twilight. Ushuramiya Rudolph, died on the 1st Twilight. Ushuramiya Kyrie, died on the 8th Twilight. Ushuramiya Rosa, died on the 1st Twilight. Nanjo Teramasa, died on the 6th Twilight. Renove Genji, died on the 1st Twilight. Shannon died on the 5th Twilight. Kanon died on the 4th Twilight. Goda Toshiro died on the 9th Twilight. Kumasawa Chiyo died on the 9th Twilight. Eva Beatrice, Virgilia, Renove, Goth, Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, Belphegor, Mammon, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Cheester 00, Cheester 410, Cheester 45. All of the goats. My favorite. Everybody loves the goats. Okonogi Tetsuro, Amakusa Juga, Sumadera Kasumi, Professor Otsuki, Nanjo Masayuki, Kumasawa Habakichi, the cursive is kind of hard to read, Captain Kumaboto, Lambda Delta, Burn Castle, 4th game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Yeah, it didn't say who won. Oh, that's a good CG. I like that. Well, that's the end of the 4th tea party. Do we get another mystery tea party? Is there more? Right, okay. All right, question marks. Achievement unlocked. The end. All right, so we got one last thing to do. It's extremely short. Okay, good, because that was extremely long. Episode 4th question marks. The tea party of those who are not human. Unknown. Kakara number 5610984236. I couldn't even finish. I don't even know what that means. Fragment, right? That's what they translate to fragment, Kakara. They're like different, you know, universes. I'm assuming all the different games are different fragments and stuff. And Baron Castle talks about fragments. Anjay was brought from a different fragment, etc. They're just different timelines or whatever. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors, and chocolate shaped like ohajiki pieces. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Yeah, it was like number something quadrillion. They were talking about how there's functionally infinite fragments. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun, if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows, like something from a dream. And on this bed, that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Burncastle lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. We all had a good time.
ベアトがゲームやめるとか言い出して、かなり焦ったわ。
これだけのゲームを始めておいて、投げっぱなしで終えようとするなんて失礼。
エンジェ、いい駒だったじゃない。とんずらしたベアトを引きずり戻してゲームを再開させてくれたわ。バトラをやる気にさせすぎちゃったのはさすがに。
Yeah, I know he won too fast because she super boosted him.
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。
確かにあいつ敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
前回の流れから下手するとベ
Good
ア
night,
トも
Immortal
同
of
調
Thunder.
して
Thanks for joining.
お
Here
かし
for
な
our
方向
final
に
game
を
of the
流すかもし
question
れないって
arcs.
危惧してたの。エンジェはバトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。
Maybe the compassion he felt at the end for Beato here was the true
本
compassion.
当はもっとサポートさせてそれから切りたかったんだけどね。いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
例の名乗っちゃダメルール枷にしておいてよかった。あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍でベアとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけど、あんたのマークがきつくてうまく活かせなかったわ。ああ、もったいない駒だった。
当然でしょ。あんなずるい駒
She was
と
too
っとと
powerful.
リタイアしてくれないと
We
困る
had
わ。
to limit her to 1 like in Yu-Gi-Oh!
まあ結果的にゲーム中断を阻止する活躍をしてくれたし、それは私にとっても助かることだった。互いの利害が一致する活躍をしてくれたという意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわよ。
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれ
We
た。
do a little deceiving.
駒にするならバカか直情型よね。ああ、本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
その子も今じゃひき肉ねえ。後で一緒に
That's a little gross, Lambda. That's a little undignified. I wouldn't do this. I don't like eating
餃
people.
子の方が好きだっけ。妹味ってどんな味かしら。笑える。
あんたそんな余裕でいいの？エンジェのおかげでバトラは奮起。ベアトを猛追し始め、
今やだいぶ私が有利なゲーム展開だと思うけど。というかバトラー、
Almost
こ
all of
れま
them?
でのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
はあ、とんでもない。バトラの青き真実なんて
Wait,
ほ
what?
とんど外れてるわよ。ベアとのぬるい赤なんて隙間だらけだもの。多少は知恵の回る子だったら適当にへりくつ
Alright,
並べりゃ
well, I guess that's how he
簡
said
単
of
に
the
すり抜けられるわ。
Ansarx. Actually, all that shit was wrong, Battler said. Beta was just giving in, I
ああ、
guess.
本当にイライラしたわよ。私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
あら、そうだったの？私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ。小型爆弾を飲み込ませて
Yeah, that small bomb part was pretty
さすが
silly.
にどうかと思ったけど。
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になってはいないわ。ベアとは身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保
Yeah,
証する。
she did say that, and Battler still did their faces were smashed. It could have been a double thing.
これによりバトラのエヴァ秀吉の密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者かという推理
I
は
love
破
how
られ
they're explaining it now, because they're like, yes, we know you, the reader, got caught up in the hype too, and probably didn't notice.
次にボイラー室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど自分の胸に杭が突き刺さっちゃう事故って何よ。バッカじゃない。私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ。カノンは事故死ではない。その次の客ま
Oh
での
boy.
源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう相打ち殺人の滑稽だわ。源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。最後の夏日殺しのトラップ X はバカバカしいわ。
It's all bullshit.
夏日を射
All that
殺した
bullshit
のは
Battler said really was bullshit.
ちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いてしっかり射殺したのよ。
I'm just imagining people who are reading this, you know, as they were coming out, because these weren't released in the fours. They were released in individuals, chapters, right? Who thought, oh, maybe this is the last one, and then they see this scene. We've solved it all.
ご愁傷様。
あんた、ダメよ。そんなことあちゃ
Yes, I think that was the case, yeah, Diamond. Beato was basically doing a suicide by Battler, for whatever reason.
あの子。
After all, we still have the mystery of Battler's sin.
魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだから。
あらあらいけない。そうだったわね。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害者。犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。あいつ何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。使用人室で南條と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。夏日の部屋の
It's interesting how she says that for canon specifically, but not Kinzo, which is where that sort of theory originally came from.
ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それら全ては一度たりとも彼女の手を離れていない。夏日の部屋を開錠した時にマドラに貸し出した際を除いてね。まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。
軽くも何も。あんた、第1と第2のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実。あらあら、なんてこと。バトラがそれを聞いたら
He surely
ゾ
would.
ッとしちゃうわね。
ね、ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。あの子 やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。きっと今回のゲームは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりでバサーッと
I
若
don't
手
think
を
that's the
にして
case, actually.
バトルをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。
じゃあ、あのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は
そうに決まってるじゃない。あいつ本当に大女優よね。
The best
全然追い
side
詰め
kill.
られてなんかいないのに、最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。今年の助演女優賞はあいつ
Supporting
決定ね。
actress. Not main actress?
もちろん主演
Yeah, of
は私
course.
だけど、
Of course, Lambda.
ベルンでもいいわよ。
私を殺してみたいなことを言って最後に大きな
Yeah,
謎
a
を出
real
したの。
cliffhanger, a real sequel bait.
それを解かれたらベアとは今度こそおしまいの排水の陣じゃないの。
やだ、ベルンまで騙されてるの？あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい
Oh, please tell me what it
温存し
is.
てるわ。最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、
I did notice that, yes.
右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったわけ。
そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれ
That's
て
true,
いない。
nothing has been solved, really.
それ
None
を
of
ま
the
る
big
で
ones.
全て完歩されて次回最終回みたいなテンションにしちゃうなんて。つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。ああ、早くバトルをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子、前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？マトラ、きっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ。
You know what? Probably, honestly. That is one thing I do agree with. Battler's a big, soft
一
idiot.
粒で男を騙せるからね。実に安上がりでお得よね。
バトラ、またその手に引っかかっちゃうかしら。二度と同情しないように私もバトラを焚きつけない。当分はエンジェのひき肉で焚きつけられそうだけどね。
エンジ味のハンバーグでパワーアップ。もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。
Angeburger.
ここからバトルと拮抗するくらいに盛り返せるようベアトを徹底的にサポートするのよ。負けないわよ、ベアトは。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよって。
Yeah, Lambda
きっちり
Delta
嬉しい
said
もん。
in the last Tea Party for those who aren't human that she was the one who made Beato a witch and can take her power away at any time. Which is interesting.
あんたの罰ゲーム本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。
ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決めてるのがあるの。聞きたい聞きたい。
嫌よ。
No.
もう聞いてよ。あのねベルの素敵なお城に閉じ込め
I'm
てあ
going
る
to
の。
tell you anyways.
そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて、一辺は12km、高さは10メートルあるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。
14億4000万竜兵。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。
そこをね、毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルンを閉じ込めて、その宝石で埋め殺すの。素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。
一辺を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。
ほんと？
That would make it easier for her to climb out.
36億竜兵になるわよ。罰ゲームが倍以上の期間になるわよ。そ なってくれるのね。ベルン大好き。愛してる。
I still. Lambda Delta playfully approached Baron Castle, who yawned, looking bored as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat.
ベルンはバトラの勝利にかけてて、私は二人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてないの？
かけないわよ。勝率ゼロだもん。
Certainly.
奇跡の魔女に奇跡ゼロって言われるのも本当にお気の毒。私もかけないけどね。絶対。
絶対。
絶対の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのも
When you're certainly screwed. Unusually for them, they giggled together.
このゲームどういう決着に終わるかしら。
さすがにそれだけは読めないわ。だから楽しい
I
わけだ
guess
し
we know who the real showrunners are around here.
もう逃げも中断も許さない。絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。これからどんな風に展開していくのか
Beato's just as trapped as Battler is.
絶対にありえない決着の仕方だけはわかるわ。
ベアトが勝って終わることだけはないわね。
だって私もベルンもどっちもベアトの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つまりベアトが勝ちそうになったら私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。
そういうことね。私たちの力が最も均衡するのは引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合の
The game was rigged from the
ベア
start.
と有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアトを引きずり戻す。
つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間、私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。ベルンと共闘楽しい。
ありがとう。でもコンペイ島のお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
Sounds fun, but sticky.
コンペイ島のシャワーを
Really
浴びな
sticky.
がらとろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
気の毒にあの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえてきた生きたおもちゃ、お人形だわ。
私お人形遊びは上手なの。ほんと上手に遊べるのよ。飽きずに一つのおもちゃで何百年も遊べるのが自慢なの。
ある時は味方
She's not like one of those kids who gets a toy for Christmas and then forgets about it right away.
永遠にもてあそび続ける。かわいそうにね。あの子はもう私たちのお人形。
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちのお人形。私たち二人の望む末路しか用意されてない。つまり私によって永遠に引き分けが繰り返されるか、ベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかでしか終わらないと断言できる。ベアトが勝って終わるようなことは
Zero chance.
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。
なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ。ベアトは絶対
Certainly
に
cannot
勝利でき
win.
ない。そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
I know who our real enemies are, don't you? That's a good face for Brandcast. That's the end of episode 4 for realties. Gosh, thank you everybody who stuck with me. That ended up being quite the long stream. I was just so titillated and interested in seeing the end of the question arcs. And boy, question arcs were they. I still have so many questions left that some sort of answer arcs will have to go. I should go click on the cheesters and tips until something changes? Okay. Alright, I'll do it. I'm definitely intrigued in the answer arcs. I want to know what happens. It will definitely be a while before I start them, though. I need to play something else. It's been like 6 months of this. It's been like 6 months, please. I need to do something else. What a fascinating story, though. I'll be thinking about it until we start the answer arcs for sure. It'll be living in my brain rent free. Welcome to Roken GMO. That's the end of that. Got new features. Alright, I'll go look at the... We got a music box too? Is that just all the songs? Achievement unlocked. The beginning. The end of the fourth tea party was the end. This is the beginning. We can listen to music. That's cool though, you can just listen to all the music. That's pretty cool. I see the background is different. Red and gold. Okay, so we'll look at the cheesters. For episode 4, you said? Where are they? Oh. We get 556. This was the one that died, allegedly. Cheester 556, a weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry which serves Pendragon. 556 was quiet and often teased, but she was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad, and she met with a tragic end in battle against the Black Witch. Ooh! She was a cutting-edge weapon, unique in the Sisters' Cavalry, which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. Oh, the Cheesters were... Oh, okay, that makes sense. The Cheesters are Maria's little ceramic rabbits. The Black Witch was the evil inside of Rosa and Eva and Sumadera. That's cute. Yeah, 556 is the one Rosa broke. It's interesting that they only showed up in episode 3. It does make one think. But I'm tired of thinking. I no longer wish to think. Like Battler, I'm going to stop thinking for a while, and then I'll come back stronger in the next game, whenever that happens. Who's still even streaming? You know what? I'm gonna send you on over to Trans Queen of Salt. Yeah, I know it is a cool little nugget. It might mean more in the future, but... she's playing Bayonetta 3, and she's doing it for charity. So, consider donating to a good cause. So I hope everybody has a good night, and tomorrow I will be streaming all of Metroid Fusion, so please look forward to that. Good night, everybody. Mwah.